name is Rachel Ori, and I'm director of the Elections Project here at the Bipartisan Policy Center. I've been at BPC for about 5 years, and what a 5 years it has been. We have seen a global pandemic, record breaking voter turnout, natural disasters, atrophying public trust, extensive litigation, threats and harassment, and attempts at interference from foreign adversaries. And yet, with every new challenge, the election community has rallied to respond in turn, to meet the moment with grit and enthusiasm. Election officials get the job done, and thanks to 4 years of diligent preparation, they administered a secure, accessible, and trustworthy election. Election officials are strappy, resilient, determined, and strong in the face of adversity. But they shouldn't have to be. They shouldn't have to do the jobs of multiple people. They shouldn't have to operate under dire resource constraints. They shouldn't have to sacrifice their own well-being for the well-being of their country. Because this election was well run, but it wasn't perfect, and it came at a cost. As we'll learn in our next panel, the stressors on the election workforce worsened this year. Turnover has been increasing over time, and demands on election officials are only likely to continue increasing from here, because threats to election officials and election infrastructure aren't over, but are part of a new normal. For while trust in election outcomes has improved, fissures remain, and election officials remain under pressure to demonstrate the transparency and safeguards that are in place. Voting behavior has changed drastically over the last 2 decades and will continue to shift. And physical and cybersecurity remain a very real challenge, especially as threats modernize and evolve. All of these challenges are underscored by chronic underfunding of our election system, in which more pressure and more expectation get put on the same people and the same systems without reliable support. Let's be clear. The 2024 election was well run thanks to the tireless dedication and preparation of election officials and election supporting organizations. That was thanks to a groundswell of investment in recent years from public, private, and philanthropic sources into the people and organizations supporting election administration. So as we gather today, I encourage you to ask the question, what will it take for that investment to be sustained? What will it take for the momentum of the last 4 years to not only continue, but grow? Because the challenges facing election administration are not new and they're not gone. We must rise to the occasion to meet today's challenges with consistent and reliable funding, competitive compensation levels for election officials, strong training, new recruitment programs, and enhanced physical and cybersecurity measures. The goal of BPC's Election Summit is to bring the field together to debrief the election and chart a shared course forward. Today, we have a variety of formats and programming designed to make that happen, with lots of breaks and a long lunch to give you time to connect with your colleagues and peers. Here's what you can expect throughout the day. Before each panel, we will have about a 7-minute lightning talk from 2 different experts in the field on a topic related to the panel. Those lightning talks are designed to ground the panel in shared evidence and a common understanding. After the lightning talks, we'll have a panel that dives more deeply into the topic at hand. Lightning talks and panels will happen here in the main room. And for those who really like getting into the weeds, we also have breakout sessions with panelists in which you can participate in a facilitated discussion and hear more about a specific topic. Breakout sessions happen upstairs at the same time as the lightning talks and panels, so you get to choose where you want to go. We'll remind you of breakout session topics and locations before and after each panel. Now I'm going to welcome our host, Scott Warren, a fellow at the SNF Agora Institute here at Johns Hopkins University, to welcome you to the space.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Rachel. It's fantastic to be working with the Bipartisan Policy Center on this convening. I'm Scott Warren. I'm with the SNF Agora Institute at Johns Hopkins. I'm just here to welcome you all to this space. Some of you might have been at this space in its previous iteration as the museum. This is now the Bloomberg Hopkins Center, been around for about a year and a half now. And this is the type of things that we want to do in this space. Bring people together to have the types of conversations that we'll be having today. So when Rachel and Kim and all the fantastic folks at the Bipartisan Policy Center approached us and said, we'd love to have this type of convening reflecting on the elections, we were, well, one, a little apprehensive to have this in December of 2024. But I think that turned out to be perfect timing. And so just really excited to have you all here today. I'll talk a little bit more later about some of the work that the Agora Institute's been doing with R Street on working with conservatives around trust in elections. But please make yourselves at home here. Hopefully this is a space that you come back to often. And we're just incredibly thrilled to be partnering with the great folks at the Bipartisan Policy Center.
I'm now going to welcome to the stage the Honorable Margaret Spellings, President and CEO of the Bipartisan Policy Center, to give opening remarks.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you for your leadership in the 5 years that you've been here. Probably that feels like 5,000. Really, it's been fantastic. You're such a tremendous leader. And thank you, Scott, for your hospitality today. I had the privilege of participating in one of your convenings in Austin, and they're doing great work, and it's going to take all of us to achieve the things that Rachel mentioned. So good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 2024 Election Summit. At the Bipartisan Policy Center, along with our advocacy organization, BPC Action, something that makes our organization really unique, we develop and promote and work to enact policy solutions that benefit all Americans. Easy to say, hard to do. What distinguishes us from others is an unwavering commitment to bipartisanship and proven success in advancing policies that actually become law. One of the best examples is our work to improve election administration across the country. This year, tens of thousands of election officials and volunteer poll workers operated under immense pressure. They worked tirelessly to make sure that every eligible voter who wanted to cast a ballot was able to, and they ensured ballots were counted accurately and timely and in keeping with the laws in their states. The demands on our election workforce continue to grow. And yet last month, election administrators delivered for the American people once again, conducting secure, accessible, and trustworthy elections all across our nation. Although the 2024 election is over, the work to improve election administration goes on, and that's why we're here. Today, you'll hear from local leaders who will delve into their experiences from the 2024 cycle, consider evolving threats, and look toward the future for election policy. Later this morning, we're honored to host a conversation with Senator Amy Klobuchar and former Senator Roy Blunt, whose invaluable insights and leadership will help guide next steps to maintaining our democracy. For over 15 years, BPC has worked with federal and state legislators, election officials, and other stakeholders like you to improve our elections. We've made great progress together, but there's more to do to cultivate a sustainable and well-trained elections workforce, fill funding gaps, and continue to make our elections secure. You all know that tackling these challenges requires a comprehensive, collaborative, and bipartisan approach. So thank you for being here to reflect on lessons learned in 2024 and to help chart a path forward to continue this critical work in the years to come. Thank you very much.
Next, I'm pleased to introduce our first speakers, Paul Gronke and Paul Manson. Dr. Paul Gronke is a professor of political science at Reed College and director of the Elections and Voting Information Center. Dr. Paul Manson is research director at the Elections and Voting Information Center and a professor in Portland State University's Center for Public Service. Together, Gronke and Manson run an annual survey of local election officials, providing critical information about the state of the elections field. Today, Drs. Gronke and Manson will speak about the results of their 2024 local election official survey, which provides new insights into election administration.
Thank you, Rachel. I think we're up, and we should have a clicker somewhere, and we should have a slide deck that should be on the screen, I think. Wonderful. Again, thank you very much. My name is Paul Gronke. I'm just a warm-up act here for Paul Manson, who is really the star of this show. As Rachel said already, we have been conducting the local election official survey since 2018. We have been working on these results, receiving these returns, and thanks, as always, to the election officials around the country who took time to respond to the survey. And thanks to the Bipartisan Policy Center, we're really honored to kick this off. And it is really wonderful to be back in this building and to see Hopkins and Neil Gore Institute revive what has been just a wonderful facility that many of us have spent many warm times with meeting with our colleagues. So I want to say a little bit about how this clicker works. So a little bit about the 2024 survey initiative and the work that we do. We've been doing this survey since 2018. This is the 6th survey that we've conducted. The survey was administered this year at Portland State University. Hold on a second here. There we go. Great. I want to acknowledge some partners that we included in the survey for this year for the first time, some of whom are here. Lisa Bryant is, can you stand up, Lisa? I want to acknowledge Lisa Bryant from California State University, Fresno, 2024 Andrew Carnegie Fellow. Lisa is working on a project called Polarizing the Process, Partisan Effects on Election Officials and Trust in Elections. Second team that we partnered with this year is out of the University of Florida. This is a 4-person team trying to identify solutions for government agencies to address unduly burdensome public records requests. The third group that partnered with us is out of the University of Missouri St. Louis, Professors Hugo Liao and David Kimball, a project titled Guardians Under the Pressure, examining the dynamics, challenges, empowerment, and turnover intentions among local election officials. And finally, the Election Reformers Network. This project designed to assess what extent election officials encounter ethically challenging situations or issues in their work. So if you're interested in contacting us about any of the work on the survey, we'd be excited to connect to you, put you on the list for the results when the full report comes out. But if you do have questions about some of the materials that these other teams have provided to us, we really would like to connect you to them to elevate their work. I want to acknowledge our supporters, funders for the 2024 survey, the Democracy Fund, and the Election Trust Initiative. And as I already referenced, the 2024 results will be released sometime early January 2025 at the website connected here. There'll be a QR code at the end. But if you want to know more about the survey and what we're finding, please get in touch with us. We'll be around here all day. And so, Professor Manson, I'm handing off to you.
All right, the fun part. So again, just to echo Paul's comment, a huge thanks to the over 650 election offices that took a survey from us during the election season. I appreciate that's a lift on its own. So the first part we want to start with is talking about threats and harassment and concerns around safety. So almost half of our respondents shared that they know of someone who left the profession due to fears of safety. And what we want to note here is that this really breaks out by the size of jurisdiction. And so for smaller jurisdictions serving less than 5,000, 10,000, this is less of a concern. It's when we get into the larger jurisdictions, 25,000 on up, and this is pretty stable across the sizes. This concern is persistent. Folks know people who are leaving, and this fear is real. Of those that we also surveyed, 14% themselves are thinking about leaving due to safety concerns. So very personal components here in terms of how they're experiencing engagement with the public and the types of information threats and that are coming across the transom. When we ask them to share their experience with these types of threats, over half share personal insults have happened in the past 2 years, personal harassment, another third, and then personal threats, about 15%. I guess thankfully, less than 1% share actual attacks happening. But what this means is we're also hearing that's changing how local election officials are engaging the public. We follow up this survey question asking how they've maybe changed their practices, and 30% are sharing that they're less likely to engage with the public. So this chilling effect from these threats and harassments is impacting the practice of election administration. And 42% have shared they change how they engage the public. To some of these changes, it's a security change or it's something that's more procedural, but nonetheless, these threats are making an impact on how elections are run and how these offices operate. In interviews that Paul and I have conducted with local election officials, we often have to pause that conversation. It gets emotional. Folks have really felt this impact personally, and it changes the type of work they can do and how they feel they can represent themselves in their community. Paul had mentioned we added this year questions about burdensome public records requests. We've heard this anecdotally. A lot of document requests are coming in. So this is the first time we've had a chance to nationally ask this question and test what we've been hearing anecdotally. So 3/4 are sharing that they have a lot of small document requests that are taking up all their time, and that it's impacting their duties. So what we've heard sort of anecdotally is coming out through the survey data. We then asked them what they would do to change this, and there's some policy recommendations here. I think what's an important takeaway here is local election officials aren't saying stop public records requests. That's a key part of democracy and transparency. They just want to have some structure around how that's handled. Try to channelize that flow of requests that are coming in and maybe prevent them from becoming a denial of service attack sort of event. We also asked this year if they were given a one sort of shot of money that would be long-term funding, something stable, what would they invest it in? And this is an interesting one because it breaks out differently based on the size of the jurisdiction. Across the board, if we don't break it out, we see pretty equal shares here, but buildings and facilities really pop out. If you look at these data and take out the smaller jurisdictions under 5,000, 10,000, 40% are asking for buildings or refurbishing buildings. So the physical space to administer elections is a huge priority. Staffing comes next. Now, when we look at those very small jurisdictions, under 10,000, they're asking for training. So they're not asking about buildings or staffing, they want training. So some very different requests coming based on the size and the nature of jurisdiction. And then another piece that we've been tracking over time is local election officials' own perceptions on how confident they are in the counting of votes nationally and in their state. And we had a momentary concern here a few years ago when that number dropped down closer to what the mass public reports. We're happy to report this year it rebounds back to where it was in 2020, and so showing confidence coming back among local election officials themselves as they look at these results in the nation. Finally, let me close with job satisfaction. This is always a fun question to ask. Local election officials are hard to tell the truth about how hard this work is. I always tell you this great job, they're doing good work. And so across the board, we hear 3/4 saying overall they have a high level of job satisfaction. They feel respected by their local government officials. The one piece I will just call out is in the bottom corner here. We ask if they would encourage their child to go into local election administration. 2 years ago, this was 41%. And so this year it's 22%. And so this is one of those questions that's meant to tease out a little bit more of an honest response, and we do see then some softening there in terms of the experience. So with that, I'll close. Feel free to contact Paul or I if you have any questions. I hope this helps with the panel discussion. And again, thank you to all the local election officials who participated in the survey.
Our next speaker has been a leading figure in the field of elections research for decades. Dr. Charles Stewart III is a distinguished professor of political science at the Massachusetts Institute for Technology, where he has taught since 1985. Charles Stewart currently leads the MIT Election Data and Science Lab, where his team employs data-driven analysis to provide insights into election administration and the democratic process. Today, Dr. Stewart will be presenting the results of the 2024 survey on the performance of American elections, which surveyed voters on their experiences participating in elections this year. This talk will lead directly into a panel that Charles Stewart is also facilitating, titled Election 2024, The Experiences of Election Officials. Welcome, Charles.
All right. Thanks, Rachel. Thanks, everyone, for coming here today. And hopefully being the guy from MIT, I don't know how to operate this clicker. Oh, look at that. So as Rachel said, I'm going to be talking about the survey, the performance of American elections, also known as the SPAE. This is a survey that has gone into the field just about every federal election since 2008. The idea behind the SPAE was really inspired by the 2000 election and a lot of the popular sentiment and discussion around election administration that arose out of Florida and the events that followed from it. And the bottom line is that oftentimes we heard a couple of decades ago that the US was no more than a banana republic and that things were just kind of falling apart locally. And I and my colleagues decided to test this empirically. And that's the motivation behind this survey. We've, since 2008, asked a series of questions that are core to the survey about the experience of voters. I'll talk a little bit about that. Attitudes about policy and voter confidence and special topics. And in 2024, we asked about questions about perceptions of security at the polls, voter ID, and disruptions at the polls that voters might have observed. Now, this survey, what's distinct about this survey is the size of the respondent pool and the number per state. We talked to 200 voters registered voters in every state. That gives us an opportunity to say something about particular states, which we don't get in most national surveys that only talk to 1,000 people nationwide. And then we also have over 10,000 people nationwide, so we can say some precise things about national trends. That's what I'm going to focus on today. And then finally, the Election Trust Initiative this year is sponsoring us. And I'm thankful for that. And the people who will use the data later on, I'm sure are thankful for that as well. We'll be releasing the report and the data at the beginning of next year. So watch out for it. I should also say, by the way, that I got this data last night. The YouGov that does the survey for us said they would give me the data at the end of the day, and they're on the West Coast. So this is, as they say, the body's still warm. So just some survey highlights. So first of all, how did we vote in 2024? Here's the time series using both census data and SPAE data showing the percentage of voters who respond in the survey to the different modes that they use. And you can see up until 2018, there was a steady decline in election day voting and kind of an organic rise, slow to replace election day voting with voting by mail, voting in person before election day. You can see the disruption in 2020. Where for the first time in American history, the plurality of Americans voted by mail, and then a return to kind of normal, or at least a return to trend in 22 and now in 2024. But nonetheless, we are getting as a nation into a situation where nationwide, it's getting to be close to a third of voters voting on election day, voting before election in person and then by mail. Of course, this is the national trend. We can break this down by state. And where's Tammy? Where's Tammy? There she is. Here's your slide, the snow globe slide that breaks down states according to their mix. And I won't go into details because this is a lightning talk. It's not a molasses talk. So, but just note that if you're at the top of the triangle, everybody in your state is voting on election day by mail and early. And in 2016, most states were at the top. A few had kind of slid down the sides, indicating going to mail, emphasizing early in-person voting. In 2020, basically almost every state sunk down in the mail direction. And in 2024, it rebounded a bit. The important thing I want to note here, this is an opportunity for me to make one point about the workload of election officials. And that is that in 2016 and before, most states, and meaning most also local election officials, were running kind of one and a half election. One election in which a lot of people participated, usually on election day, and the half election was kind of for everybody else, usually because they were out of town. Nowadays, in most of the country, most election officials are running 3 elections. And that multiplies, that doesn't just add, it multiplies the complexity of running these elections. And I think that's an important thing. Just to say that in 2020, Democrats predominated in voting by mail, Republicans predominated in voting in person. The decline in voting by mail is really a story of Democrats becoming more like Republicans over the last couple of years as patterns kind of return to a new type of normal. We ask a series of questions about satisfaction, and I won't go through this table, just to note that almost everybody who goes to vote in person, I could say similar things about voting by mail, have a great experience when they go to vote. It's easy to find the polling place, they check in easily, the machines work well, the staff run well, and they're confident that their vote was counted as intended. Lines were shorter in 2024 than in 2020, but quite honestly, we haven't returned back to 2016 following a quadrennium in which we tried to work on this issue. We still, voters are saying we have to get maybe back to this issue of moving them through the polling places quicker. Confidence. People are interested in this. Rachel mentioned it. Confidence in this survey expressed by confidence that your vote was counted as cast, confidence in the state's votes and nationwide vote. This is the percentage of respondents who said that they were either very or somewhat confident in this voting, and in the way voting went. And as you can see, we're at record highs. And so the voters felt good about the experience. Now, the reason why confidence is up, we've broken this by party, is that Republicans have become irrationally exuberant about the confidence of elections, especially at the national level. But I would also underscore the state level, where a lot of the issues that arise out of the lack of confidence really, really play out. Voters observe very few disruptions at polling places. The most common disruption that they noticed were people talking loud at the polling place. Fewer disruptions in early voting, and actually in general, voters reported a slightly better experience when they voted early in person than on election day. And I'm going to skip over, no, actually I'm not going to skip over that, because this is a point I also want to end on. So the polls ended on a high note. I'll end on maybe a challenge. And that has to do with communicating about what we're doing to secure the vote. We've asked voters in, I'm lying, in 2022, not 2020, and in 2024, whether the state that they live in does a variety of things, about a dozen different things to secure elections. These are summaries of those dozen things, and so don't worry that they were asked kind of stupid labels. But the important thing I would note is that when you ask voters, for instance, if election officials do logic and accuracy tests, only 39% say, yeah, that's something that's done in this state. And that's the security measure that most voters will agree is happening in their state. And these numbers have not moved very much in the last 2 years. And so I know election officials are working really hard on the communications bit. Those of us who are working with election officials to help to improve communications around here know that we all have our work cut out for us in continuing to communicate these points. So I will end there. I will, as I said, we'll be releasing a full report in the months to come. We'll be saying more at MedSol about the various topics here. And so thank you for your time. And I hope to look forward to talking with y'all about these issues for the rest of the day. Well, it's exciting to be here with people who are actually on the front lines. You've seen about 3 academics up front. We have the real deal here. So this is the opportunity to talk about the experiences in the 2024 election. I have with me 3 experienced state and local officials, or former officials who works with a lot of current officials. Karen Brinson Bell is Executive Director of the North Carolina State Board of Elections. Amanda Gonzalez is the Clerk and Recorder in Jefferson County, Colorado. And then Carolina Lopez is the executive director of the Partnership for Large Election Jurisdictions Pledge. We had one dropout. Scott Jarrett was originally gonna join this panel. He has a recount that he's in the middle of and about to head off to court apparently. No recounts on this panel, huh?
Oh, no, we have.
Yeah, we have. Yeah, so some people manage.
I just don't have to count them anymore. I can
Yeah.
oversee the counting.
Exactly, letting other people do that work. So we've heard already from Paul, the Pauls, about election workers, election officials being largely satisfied with their jobs, but having really great challenges, which in some ways were greater in 24 than they were in 20, and 20 was no walk in the park, right? So there's this dichotomy of the experience of election officials. What you've heard from me is that voters personally found their own experience positive, and not experiencing conflict when they vote. So the lived experience with voters is a positive one, and yet the people behind the scenes, they oftentimes don't see the challenges. They don't see the paddling of the ducks below the surface of the water to make that happen. And so I think that's what sets up this discussion. The first question, I'm just going to go to the panelists, and maybe we'll start down at Amanda and come this way, is ask you all kind of what your hot take is from this election based on the experience that you went through and the colleagues who you interact with regularly. So I'll start at the end and move this way.
Yeah. And just for context, so I'm the clerk and recorder in Jefferson County, jurisdiction of about 600,000 people, 430,000 voters, just west of Denver. And I will say I am incredibly proud of how well this election was run. I think we were prepared for just about anything, and we were better prepared than we've ever been in the past. And I can also say that I would be saying that same line to you no matter the outcome of the election. And I think that is distinct from some of the people that say nasty things to me on Twitter. Right? I think that, we aren't, I think we were all a little nervous about having a conference like this time of year. And that election, deniers, I'm going to use that word even though you don't love it, were never about free and fair and secure elections. They were about outcomes. And most of those folks got the outcomes they wanted. But no matter what, I would still be telling you today that I'm so proud and that we did a really great job.
Cool, great. Karen.
Well, there's a lot that I could focus on, but what I didn't expect to be focused on was recovering from a hurricane in the mountains of North Carolina. We are still going with our election. We have a statewide associate justice of our state Supreme Court that changed who the winner was through the provisional ballots. So that we'll go into that later, whether we resurrected deniers. And it's just right now it's as close as 734 votes. The Chief Justice just a few years ago was decided by 401. So we're getting kind of used to this, but we're heading into a sample hand-to-eye count. So we're not done with this election. But in all the preparation, and that would be my largest takeaway too, is we did a lot to be ready. We've had a lot of turnover in North Carolina with our county directors, and so that put a lot of emphasis on preparing them to be ready for these elections, or this election, but also educating the public in response to some of the skepticism and so forth. And so that's been an ongoing effort really beyond 2020. We started that even earlier. But a lot of our efforts were to prepare for the unknown. And we did not know that we would be faced with 25 disaster declared counties out of our 100, and that it would be the mountains of North Carolina that I had called home for 20 years of my life. And so it was very personal for me and for the people that I work with, and that we would have just this incredible journey and effort to ensure that every eligible voter would be able to cast their vote. When Helene hit, we couldn't even have communication with 14 of our county offices to know that they were okay. And by the time Election Day came around, we had nearly every early voting site open, nearly every Election Day site open, and there were roads leading into even the most isolated communities. And all of that happened in 35 days. And it's a testament not only to the election officials' preparation, but that working partnership that we did not, bring together overnight. Our state emergency management, our National Guard, our CISA folks are integrated in our processes and have been for a long time. And so we didn't know that it was going to be Hurricane Helene in the mountains of North Carolina. We knew it would be something, and we had prepared for that. And so when push came to shove, we pretty seamlessly rolled right into the efforts that we need to do, whether it was a hurricane, a natural disaster of some other sort, other threats that we've prepared for. We just, this time it happened to be a hurricane and flooding in the mountains of North Carolina.
Carolina.
So my hot take is, over the last couple of years, we've been hearing AI in elections, dun, 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 ominous music cueing. And what I actually saw was with very limited budgets across the country, right, and very limited staffing, if they were able to backfill the vacancies, our election officials sort of resorted to what else is possible. And AI, artificial intelligence, and systemic programs to help plan better, to help respond better, really helped deliver fast results, right? Like our nation, regardless of party affiliation, will tell you the election was a success. We had election results on Tuesday night, regardless of what happened behind the scenes, regardless of recounts or court filings. But as it relates to artificial intelligence, like there's your colleague in Denver, he has a tool where he could automatically communicate with the voters and members of the community in 82 languages, real time. And other county offices outside of election have adopted that to provide better services. That's sustainable, and by the way, very minimal investment. You have individuals like Broward County, Florida, who piloted not one, but 2 AI chatbots. One for the voters, because most people are not available to call 8 to 5, right? They have real jobs and real responsibilities, and by the time you get to reading your email at 1:23 in the morning, the elections office is closed. And having this, engagement with the community really helped in his community combat mis and disinformation, just provide better service, and particularly if there was like a last-minute polling place change. And he did it again with his poll workers. We train poll workers, and we put our reputations on the line for a number of volunteer people that show up. And well, you hope that they show up to work, and you hope that they've retained everything you've shown them. But having this AI tool where they could just ask very simple questions really helped reduce the wait time to get to a live body if your question was a little bit more in depth. So that's my hot take. AI in elections, it actually works.
Cool. Well, we'll come back to that. I'd like to kind of stick on these themes for just a second, and coming back to Amanda. Actually, there's something you didn't mention, but I think folks in the room may be interested in hearing about a password breach in Colorado, and which was kind of sensational, and it was all over the news. But it kind of gives insights into kind of what happens at the county level as well in terms of security around the state. Can you say a bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Experience?
And I actually want to back up a little bit from there, because I think that anytime you have a failure of a piece of security, which you never want to have, but in any human-run process, it's a possibility, right? Things might happen. And so much of what made that not an acute emergency in Jefferson County was the work that we had done in the lead up to the election. So when I was elected in 2022, we did a couple things. We created full-time outreach staff. I think one of the slides from earlier today talked about how threats and harassment have made some election administrators engage with the public differently, and maybe in some cases back off. And we actually did the opposite. We doubled down and we invited people in. If you sent a mean email as long as you weren't making threats. If you're making threats, I don't want to be your friend. But if you sent me an email, we sent you back an explanation and also said, hey, by the way, we offer tours. If you want to see this process for yourself, come on in, right? Because it's really hard to see the process and still have doubts. We hired this full-time engagement person, and so we were out where voters are. We were at laundromats and dispensaries and schools, right? All of these places where maybe you don't expect to hear about voting, but where normal people might be, right? And then we also created an advisory committee where we asked members of the public, we have about 40 people, the youngest member is 15, the oldest is in their 70s, saying, give us feedback, let us know how to reach your community. So then when something unplanned happened, right? When we had our Secretary of State's office inadvertently had some BIOS passwords to computers that were posted online that we were unaware of. When that happened, it made it that much easier to then reach out to the public who we'd already built relationships with to say, here's what happened, here's why it's still secure, right? You have layers of security so that if one is breached, the others still work as they are supposed to. And we were able to effectively communicate that using relationships that we already had, which I think was incredibly important to assuring the public that their elections were still safe, secure, they could vote, and it was business as normal.
Right. So, I mean, that's a theme that I've heard from a couple of y'all already. I always like to say before an election that kind of remind the public that something's going to happen in this election. We just don't know what it is, right? And that's really been the history of elections, certainly for the 2 decades I've been paying close attention to. And kind of preparation for anything to happen gives rise to the ability to respond to the unexpected. Karen, I'm curious about in North Carolina, certainly there was a lot of attention within North Carolina on kind of getting those mountain counties back up and running. So did the low-level counties, did they feel kind of neglected? Like, man, we're not going to get any help here? So I'm talking about the rest of the state,
right.
and,
No.
right? In the context.
And you and I chatted about that, so
Yeah.
I'm glad you're bringing it up. So I think this idea of preparation. We started in 2020 doing what we call huddles, and these are every other week virtual meetings with all 100 counties, with some sort of training topic or some sort of guest speaker. I'm looking at Jennifer Morrell. Elections group has come in and they've talked about various things with our folks. Sometimes it's in-house training on processes and things to make sure everybody's up to speed. We felt the need to do that in 2020, obviously because of the pandemic, but we never stopped it because since 2019, we've seen more than 2/3 of our counties have a change in county election directors. Going into this presidential election, we had 34, I think it was, people who had maybe worked in elections but never been the director. So we kept that going. We kept our Monday morning kickoffs. So 5 weeks out from the election, we bring them together for a stand-up each Monday morning of what's the hot item of the week. What do they need to most be prepared for in the big scheme of things? And we continue that through elections. So that was still in place. We had our field specialists, not as many as we had in 2020, thanks to cuts from our legislature, but we won't go there. So yeah, we did this with fewer people, but we kept it going. And so I think, what I noticed is that because this had been ongoing, we've never stopped since 2020 with these huddles and with these extra efforts. We had the emphasis there, we had the preparation there, and so when we had to pivot and put so much attention to the mountain counties, I equated it in one of our gatherings of we've got a down player on the field, and we've got to all step in and be even better out in our roles on that field while we give focus and respect to those who need our help the most. And so that's what we found is that because we had done so much efforts in advance, we still were supporting them, but we didn't have to necessarily put our attention to the 75 other counties we could give that extra effort to the 25 counties. And the thing was is that those other 75 desperately wanted to be able to help. And so, there were ways that they did. Even some went in and helped on the weekends in those disaster-affected counties and did what they could while still trying to keep their elections going. So, it's amazing. We've really emphasized in North Carolina that we're a team. And we all know in elections, I mean, it's not just in our state. What happens in Colorado affects the rest of us in the nation. So it's important that we gather like this and support each other and learn from each other and learn how our different processes work so that when they question, is it really, on the up and up in Colorado? Yes, I can say yes. And so, but the same thing trickles down with our counties. And so we really solidify ourselves as Team 101. We say it all the time. We hashtag it. 100 county boards of elections and one state board working together. And that Helene just amplified that. We thought that, the easy was the coronavirus at this point.
Yeah, and you raised something that's important. I think that folks outside of the elections world don't always grasp it. That it really is a community of people kind of have a shared fate. It's easy to imagine kind of getting on the phone because it's been a hard day and kind of commiserating. But there's also just kind of the practical experience. There's a community in North Carolina, in Colorado, wherever, of others who know how to do this business. And when crises strike, when machines break down, you can oftentimes count on somebody to kind of come in and help out, which is really, to me as an outsider, been one of the great learnings in my work. So Carolina, you mentioned AI, and being at MIT, a lot of people talk about AI, and oftentimes I go to conferences and meetings where the conclusion is AI kind of a nothing burger so far, right? It's thing, as you said, dum 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 dum. We're worried about AI. And it sounds like some of your people you work with have figured this thing out. Now, did they just kind of go to ChatGPT and say, write me an app, please, Mr. AI, and help this out? So if an election official watching this or somebody in the audience wanted to pursue AI as a tool in their own work, what have you observed in terms of getting into that world?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is one of the things that I absolutely love to do. If you've ever walked into the LA County Operations Center, it is a wall full of TVs, from traffic patterns to predictive turnout, so that way you can adjust staffing. If there's something, who's heard of like traffic in LA, right? Like that's never happened. But if there should be some adjustments to traffic, how they sort of like move their pieces, their people, their equipment, more additional resources, right? And so the very first thing I would say, if anybody's interested in learning more about AI, consider talking to someone who does that, right? So you can attend an election center workshop. You can join the Partnership for Large Election Jurisdictions. We are essentially like a super connector. And so if I was interested in doing an AI chatbot, I would immediately connect you to Broward County. And they would share very quickly because they want to be of help. They want to be not the only ones using this great technology. They would tell you the vendor. They would tell you, hey, this, first version didn't work so well. Save yourself a step. Do A, B, and C. And that's what I love about this community. We don't steal elections. We do copy and paste in this community. If you have a great checklist or a great procedure, we are very happy to share. So that way you can work on something else because, as you know, there's never enough time. There's never enough resources. There's always an election, whether it's a special election or if you are like in Florida, my home state, where you do not have centralized elections. So if it's Tuesday, it's election day somewhere in Florida, and many other states across the country. So ask your peers. Go see them. Go see it in action. Go see them while they're actually administering and see what you like, what you don't like, what you would do differently in your jurisdiction. And then the conversation, I think, in 25, 26 will be, well, what else is possible? We used it to reduce our wait times on the phone. How can we do it now when the legislature has cut our budgets, or when my super stellar, super smart number 2 just retired after 35 years, and I have 3 more deputies that all started at the same time, went up the ranks, and they're also going to retire in the next 2 years because they're in their job, right? Like, how do you backfill and improve? Because you're only as good as the last election that you did. So have the conversation, ask, and observe, right?
Great, great, thanks. So to kind of shift gears a little bit, but also then to kind of come back, I warned the panelists that they're going to have to pay attention to the polls because I'll quiz them on some things. And so, being the professor, that's what I do. But I'm curious. I would like y'all to kind of fill out some of the points that the polls made. And where I'll start is with resources. You heard the polls, talk about the question they asked of election officials. If a bag of money fell from the sky, I think that's how you worded it. If a bag of money fell from the sky, a really big bag of money. How would you spend this money? From your perspectives, can you kind of flesh out how you see the big needs that money could bring to the elections that y'all run? And rather than starting at the ends, I'll start with Karen and start with her.
Well, our resources, I think we're all worried about where our resources are going to come from. Will we still see HAVA funding? Will we still see Homeland Security grant funds? Things that really have been, those are our only sources to deal with cybersecurity in a lot of ways. For example, those are necessary to have new and modern or most current voting equipment for a lot of the jurisdictions. And so, as I mentioned, we did not, our legislature was very purposeful in how they authorized our HAVA funds. We did not have the wherewithal to make those decisions. And so we found ourselves with fewer people resources and are stretched. Some of the counties are in the same boat. I did find the fact that the question led to buildings. When I was a county elections director, actually the last night before I resigned from my position, I got the authorization for a new facility. And it was one of the largest investments the county had made in refurbishing a facility and providing that to the elections office. It changed the operations completely. It is so efficient because we stopped focusing on a clerical operation and into a logistical operation. And I think that is likely, there is the physical security concern that we're all faced with now, but a lot of the logistical aspects feed into physical security too. And so I'm not surprised to see that because there are still many jurisdictions that are behind the 8 ball on recognizing that this is not about typewriters and filing cabinets any longer, and how to provide the technology and the building infrastructure that's necessary to have well-run elections. I also, your snow globe highlights that North Carolina is continuing to move towards more early voting. And with that, there's also, a building need. And how do you shorten the lines by having better space, better parking, better things of that nature, which we really somehow came up with a great formula during the pandemic. And it's been carried over into this election and will be for future elections, but helping others have those facilities. I'm not surprised that that was in the survey results, even though we know we still need the resources of people and the training and the salaries and things. But here again, to Rachel's opening remarks, we sacrifice we'll get a new building if it means we still don't get a pay raise, just so that we can do our jobs better.
Amanda?
Very much echo that pay raise. Many of our election workers our full-time election workers, don't actually make a living wage in Jefferson County. And I think that that is real and something that we need to be paying attention to. And then when I also think about innovation, how do you create the space to innovate? You talked about the use of AI, which is something that we are using. We have been using a multilingual chatbot for multiple years now. And one of the pieces of feedback I got was like, well, now our election judges are bored. I was like, okay, great, we can, I have things for them to do, right? But there are so many things that I think we can creatively think about. How do we do this in both a more efficient and more inclusive way? But you have to be able to have the space outside of your daily operations to dedicate to researching and implementing those innovations. And so when I think about miracle money, I think about how do we compensate our election workers in a fair way so that they stick around and so that we have that expertise. And then also, how do we create the space to innovate and invest in technology?
Carolina?
I'm going to resonate and say that you probably asked for that building for years before you got it. A little bit.
A little bit.
And I'm only saying that because it takes time, right? If you want something today, you requested it 5 years ago, then you were denied. 4 years ago, then you were denied. Then you chased the budget person through County Hall, and then they finally gave you some, but not everything you asked for. And that's just the reality, right? So I will say that leaning into, if there was like a magical pot of money that arrived in this building right now, I would work with like the trusted election officials and the research community and figure out, well, they have this magical formula in North Carolina. How do we right size it so that folks in Colorado and Idaho and Iowa, and I don't care how big your jurisdiction is, you could right size the outputs. If I have 5,000 or 5 million voters and I want an aspirational wait time of 30 minutes or less, what do I need to do to adjust the workflow? And so I would invest all of that money in how to make them work better so they don't have to work 20 hours a day, 6, 7 days a week, burn out, and have to train new people. So that's what I would do.
Okay.
Charles,
Yeah, please.
Amanda made me
have a
think of
layer
something.
too.
Like, I mean, we're having a difficulty being innovative and putting in new practices because our laws keep changing. Our laws just came, a 131-page disaster relief bill is going to change the amount of time that we have to process absentees and provisional ballots in North Carolina. And create potentially the need to work 24-hour shifts, and I'm not exaggerating, in order to accomplish it. How do we focus on doing new things, or even having the time to walk county buildings or meet with the county manager, walk those halls to get new facilities when you're just trying to figure out how to not sink?
Or get sued.
Yeah, well, we get sued. That's a given.
There is no avoiding getting
Yeah,
It's North Carolina. We just wait for the lawsuit.
Well, and I think on that note, with the keeping up, I very much agree. I had a couple staff members who worked 27 days straight without a day off in October and November. But also when I think about, the information requests that we're all dealing with that change when the laws change, I am a firm believer that the public should have access to information, and that, open records requests are not inherently bad things. And, I have one PIO, and it is actually a political appointee because we didn't have one, so I used one of my appointees for this role. By contrast, our sheriff's office has 8. And so when we're looking at our ability to keep up with legislation and make sure that the public is getting the information that they deserve, making sure that we have the capacity to do that.
Yeah, and this brings to mind, Wendy Underhill has heard this a lot from me when I've talked to her constituents, that I've observed that in the state legislatures and in the public, there's this disease that I call "how hard could it be-ism," that really kind of is behind a lot of these. We'll just count faster, right? And just how hard can it be to count a piece of paper? We do that all the time, and communicating with legislators and others about how hard it actually is an important part about the resources, for sure. You look like you're about to.
I was going to say, can I say something about just the speed at which our election officials responded to any issue that happened before, during, and after Election Day? I think about, Oregon and Washington. They had, some attempts at tampering with mail ballots. Within an hour, these election officials that have been working for 35 or 135 or maybe 4 years straight, because they haven't got a break since 2020, they responded very quickly to the media. This happened. This is what we're doing. If you've been impacted, this is what you can do. If you feel like you don't know if you've been impacted, this is what you can do. And so it became like a nothing burger, right? Like there was media coverage, but everybody felt like they had what they needed. Or when there was potential bomb threats in Georgia on Election Day and many other places, these election officials, they leaned in on crisis communications. And that goes back to what you were saying about, Team 101, right? So many tabletop exercise, so much preparation. I heard in 2022, oh my God, all this planning and nothing happened.
The insurance policy. That's what we want.
Nothing happened because all these people, in addition to your everyday job, answering the emails, meeting with folks, after work, you would try to figure out how to structure, how to strengthen your building, how to, make sure that your staff felt safe and was safe, how do your voters felt safe. But the amount of time they spent on communication, like I think of Bob Page in Orange County, California, every day, if you just follow his LinkedIn during break, just go see, there are high definition videos telling you, and this is what we're doing today. And this was a count before, and this is a count after, right? And so there was very little ambiguity as to like what was happening in the building. And so that maybe has helped with some of the voter appeal, right? Voter understanding of the process.
Yeah, great. So another topic, this is not necessarily to the polls, it is a bit to the polls, but it has to do with skepticism or denialism. And to kind of bring up a topic that I think the public may quickly forget about. And it's been remarked already that the outcome of the election lowered the temperature nationwide, but it didn't freeze it, right? And so for those of you on the ground, can you talk about how election skepticism, what it looks like now, and what are we missing in quotes, when we don't see kind of the type of violent skepticism and denialism that we saw 4 years ago? Kind of what's it like on the ground right now? Anyone want to start?
Well, we're dealing with it right now. I thought that when the election was very decisive on election night, that we were going to just be able to methodically do our process through the canvass period, at the county level, report it up to the state level, all would be good. I never thought I would have to go toe-to-toe with the president of our Senate, the president pro tem of our Senate, probably the most powerful man in North Carolina government. And he came out after we had counted the votes, made it very clear election results are unofficial on election night. We have provisionals to deal with. We have a report that we put out the day after so that people know how many provisionals we were going to be dealing with, which was over 60,000 and almost 70,000, and had a lot to do with changes in voter ID laws in North Carolina. We were very clear. Our North Carolina laws allow for military and overseas ballots to be counted up till 9 days after the election, that there were going to be ballots to be counted. We have never hidden this. This is North Carolina's law for a long time. This is nothing new. We were out in front of the media talking about it. And yet here is this senator coming forward and saying that we were going to count ballots until the person we wanted to win won. And that's how partisan the North Carolina State Board of Elections is. And I had to step out and say, sir, you are trying to incite violence. You know the truth. Tell the truth and be a leader. He technically has never responded. He spoke to the media some this week and said he was just conveying what he heard from the public. That was exactly my point, sir. You have a responsibility to tell the public what you know is how we run elections in North Carolina, how we adhere to the law, and not to try to incite violence. This election, yes, it changed in this state associate chief Supreme Court contest, and it's because of provisional ballots that were counted according to law. We've completed a machine recount. We are now in a hand-to-eye recount for 3% of the ballots, and may have to go to a full hand count. And yet, he still is contending that we are trying to count the votes until the person we want to win wins, and that is just not so. And we are seeing it out on social media. I do worry. I put that in the letter to him as well, because he has a bigger microphone than I will ever have. But I had to speak out and let it be known that this is not okay. And just because the other contests turned out the way that he wanted and not this one, doesn't mean that he can attack the very foundations of elections and election officials who are conducting elections according to law.
Yeah.
Sorry, a little passionate.
Yeah. And the irony in having to do with provisionals is that I remember back in 2002 when HAVA was passed, North Carolina was the poster child for the requirement that everybody have provisionals. So you all have a lot of experience with this, and nonetheless, right? Nonetheless.
You're passionate because it has real consequences, right? That these things are not said in a bubble, but they are inspirational to certain kind of people. I also think that our staff know how important this work is, right? Our voting is the foundation of all other rights, and we take that responsibility incredibly seriously. And so when you're getting dozens or hundreds of emails or comments on your social media saying, you're a liar, you're horrible, you're screwing it up, right? Our staff feel that, right? And they want to do a good job. That is their whole goal. And so I think when you have people with political power who are saying those criticisms in such a loud and misinformed way, right? It has consequences. And I think one of the slides that was up earlier talked about, 51% of people had gotten online harassment or something like that. And one of my first thoughts was, do we have gender disaggregated data for that? Because I think that number might be slightly different for some of my female colleagues than it would be for some of my male colleagues. Because that number felt incredibly low to me.
I'm going to use the prerogative because we're down to 14, 13, 12 seconds. But if okay, can I, for the last word, the 20-second take from everybody before we sign off. I'll start with Carolina.
Election officials knocked it out of the park, and we need to support them so they continue to do that.
Karen.
Ditto. I'll make it short.
We're a team and we got this.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, thanks thanks very much.
So our next lightning talk is from Emily Swanson. She is Director of Public Opinion at the Associated Press. Emily Swanson's work has helped shape how journalists discuss and analyze public opinion polling. Today, she will discuss how AP goes about calling elections. So I'll go ahead and pass it off to you, Emily.
Hey everyone, thanks so much for having me. So I want to talk to you today about our decision desk work and how that relates to the evolving role that AP and a small set of other media organizations that actually collect votes and declare winners in US elections play at a time when distrust in elections and the media is rampant. So AP has been involved in helping Americans know who won and lost elections for 176 years. When, as a 2-year-old news cooperative, it declared Zachary Taylor the winner of the 1848 presidential election. And a lot has changed since then, but one thing that hasn't changed is the important role that AP and this small set of other media organizations play that's unique among the world's democracies. That's because unlike in many other countries, elections here are still conducted in a decentralized way from the ground up. There's no national body, and in some cases, no state body that compiles election results and tells the country who won elections in real time. Even as a public used to instant gratification waits to know who their next president is, who's won the Senate, who's won the House, who's won their governorship or state legislatures across the country. Instead, media organizations continue to play an important role in working with election officials and gathering election results tabulated at the local level by counties, towns, and parishes, and telling the world when we are certain who has won. But what has changed? For one thing, how we vote. 50 years ago, nearly all Americans voted in person on Election Day. But in 2024, more than 80 million had already cast their ballots by the time Election Day arrived. Since 2020, and particularly at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, how we vote has become increasingly politicized. And although as we already saw earlier, there was a little bit less of a divide in 2024 than in 2020, Democrats in 2024 remained more likely to vote by mail, and Republicans more likely to vote in person. So because of the way that many states count their votes, that means that even if all counties in a state have reported some of their results, big changes could still be coming if the votes that remain to count are mostly mail and could favor Democrats, or mostly in person and could shift things towards a Republican. It can also mean significant delays in counting votes. Many states have rules about when mail ballots can be processed, and in many cases, mail ballots must go through procedures to verify that the right person has voted and ensure that someone who's voted by mail hasn't already voted in person, or vice versa. Those things can pose serious challenges to trust in elections, because to anyone not deeply versed in elections research, which might not include many people in this room, but does include a whole lot of the American public, those shifts that sometimes takes place over days and weeks can be really difficult to understand. It's a situation in which misinformation is quick to fill the gaps. And that's sometimes because of bad actors, but sometimes because people simply don't understand what's happening in a really complex system with differing rules across many states. That's all coming at a time when trust in both media organizations and election officials is faltering. AP VoteCast, our survey of the American electorate, found that only 40% of voters were this year were very confident that votes would be counted accurately nationwide. And among those voting for Trump, that number stood at only 16%. I want to note, as a quick aside here, that stands in contrast slightly to what we saw earlier, partly because this was conducted before the election results were determined. There's also been a long-term decline in trust in the media, which has also been especially concentrated among Republicans. And that poses a tremendous challenge to both election officials and news organizations, and especially those news organizations that take on the challenge of collecting election results and declaring winners. It means that we no longer live in a world where we can simply tell people who won and ask them to trust us. Instead, it's essential for us to explain exactly what we do and don't know throughout the process, including exactly why we know who has won and sometimes why we don't know it yet. That process starts well before Election Day, when we provide detailed explainers on how each state is conducting its elections, what the processes are at each state, and what election officials will be doing, and what that has meant about vote counting in the past. We've also taken on the role of attempting to explain our own role in American elections before any votes are counted, as a way to build trust in our audience and let them know ahead of time what we'll be doing. For the last several cycles, AP has also taken on the task of explaining in text why we've declared a winner, not just how they won, but how we know that they won. And text is still an important part of the way that we explain what we know and why our audience should trust us. But we also know that for much of the audience for elections data, they consume that data in a way that looks like this. It's just a graphic. And that doesn't necessarily tell you very much about why we know that, in this case, Donald Trump has won Wisconsin. So at AP, we've worked this cycle to build some of that explanatory coverage directly into our elections results pages. So before any votes are counted, those pages this year included contextual information, that's at the top, that included details about when polls close, when votes will be reported, rules about voting before Election Day, what will be included in those first updates, and whether it's different from what might be included in later updates, and when the presidential election was called 4 years ago to help sort of set the stage for what people can expect to see this year. And those pages were also built so that in key battleground races, they could include short notes that could be updated to explain what was happening at any given time, what we were expecting to see, whether there were delays, whether we were waiting for a certain type of ballot, and then to provide the context to explain why we had, in fact, declared a winner that links through to those text stories that we did in the battleground states. So this is a process that will continue to evolve as we seek new ways to build trust in our audience. But we see expanding this, the reach of this explanatory content as a key piece of our evolving role in tabulating and declaring winners in US elections. And we think that work is essential as we seek to build and maintain trust in our decision desk work. Thank you.
Next, we have Jordan Wilkie, the regional democracy reporter for WITF Harrisburg in Pennsylvania. Wilkie reports on a variety of governance and political and election issues, focusing on accountability and transparency. Today, he will address his experience reporting on elections in one of the most scrutinized swing states in the country, and make the case for why local newsrooms are essential to coverage and election access. All right, Jordan.
All right, hi y'all. I hope you're tired of well put together presentations. So this is a continuation of Professor Stewart's last slide on how people know about how elections are run and how they're secured, and also a continuation on the work that AP is doing. We partnered with them for this slide. So this is really a focus on local news. I work for a public radio NPR affiliate in central Pennsylvania, and also with a local newspaper that serves one county. And then, of course, we have partnerships across the state. So functionally, how can local news operate as an elections resource to provide people with information about how elections work? Let's do a little 101 or remedial information about how disinformation cycles work and what the problems are. Elections are systems in which people need to get information. So how do they get that information? These days, they often turn to their computers. The problem is twofold. Problem number one is people are bad at finding information and acting on good information. Problem number two is, despite the highly polished presentations that our election directors so far have presented, not all elections offices are resourced enough to provide easily accessible good information. And when I say easily accessible, I also mean like they show up at the top of a search when someone searches something on Google. Like elections offices aren't famous for having good SEO. So how do we, in part, solve this problem? Or let me get back to that. What happens when this problem is exploited? What happens when people have high interest in something, they're searching for it, they're finding bad information, something happens they don't like? Unfortunately, if you look at this gentleman's outfit, it's not terribly divorced from what happened in reality. I missed a slide. I had a slide of the shaman up there. I heard someone whisper it, they recognized. So, how can newsrooms step in and help solve this problem? Well, there's two things. Newsrooms offer sort of a passive reserve of information that can be shared across web. Broadcast looked differently on my slide. T was up there before, on social posts and on print. All of these things are also ways to proactively get information to people. So I've been covering elections administration since 2018 and have a pretty decent sense of what your election denier, election skeptic, whatever groups, what kind of narratives they like to latch onto. And so I made a list of, I think I had like 48 different stories of like, these are all the different possible things that people could possibly want to know about, and we can write them ahead of election day. So we got to about 19 of them. So we want to share this across local news outlets, but there are a ton of local news outlets across the state. How do we effectively provide information to all these different people across the state if all of us are doing something different? So this isn't about a single news outlet. This is about all the different news outlets playing together. And this is a symbol of the fact that we don't play together very well. So what did we do this election cycle? WATF, which is our public radio call sign, worked with the Associated Press to put together, these are 19 stories, examples of 19 of our stories that we ran, that are bite-sized chunks of basic information that we're providing to voters, and we're providing them usually around some sort of news hook. So the 4 that I want to highlight here are the coverage that we did of logic and accuracy testing, of hand counting, of chain of custody, and on backup plans for when things go wrong on election day. Those 4 stories were really important on election day when one of our counties, Cambria County, realized at 7:04 a.m. that none of their precincts were scanning their election day ballots. So the question is, what do? It's like, oh, well, they pivot to the backup plan that everyone has. So I was able to then cover what that backup plan was generally across the state, because people have pretty consistent backup plans, how they're going to maintain that chain of custody, how they are then going to count those ballots, because there's this hand counting process that they're going to go to. They didn't have enough, they weren't able to quickly enough print new ballots to then duplicate everything. And why did this happen in the first place? The logic and accuracy testing, they actually updated their file of printing the election day ballot after their LNA testing, and then didn't recheck that. Whoopsie-doos. So this is a map of all the different outlets that carried our coverage. The ones in green, so the AP worked with Knight Foundation to expand the number of outlets that could then run their content. The ones in green are the ones that weren't just normal subscribers to the AP. So this is about 30 outlets across the state. The place where you don't see a lot of coverage is where not a lot of people are. There are people living and voting there, but there's also some news deserts there. So this is sort of the reach that we're able to achieve. This is based on some basic Googling. So they ran at least one of our web stories, but we provided more than web. WATF being sort of the pilot organization, we provided linear broadcast, so that was on radio for us. And then we also had a website that had our elections hub. Every single story that we had on this, we had in one easy-to-find place. And then we have a podcast. So we streamlined our broadcast, goes into our podcast. The podcast segment goes into this playlist that was on all of our stories. The audio then gets put on our mobile app, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, Reddit, X, and all of that all those resources are shared with our public radio partners across the state and via AP. So one of the things that we did is when AP covered some of the stories, we covered some of the stories, but no matter who covered it, we always produced additional audio content to go with that. So the AP Wire ran both the web story and images and audio. So what's next? Elections are iterative, so we're going to do it again. If I know Pennsylvania at all, and I'm still learning, there's not going to be a lot of change in our election code before our municipal elections in 2025. So we can basically take these stories and reuse them. We might put a new little face on them, might do another short interview with an election official, get a new fresh quote, but it's going to be basically the same story, and we can just reuse this package over and over again, and hopefully through reuse, we create a habit of voters relearning how their votes are secured and how their elections are administered. I would love to study the impacts. A room full of academics. If anyone wants to help, I don't see Professor Stewart in here, so I'll have to chase him down individually. But I would like to study the impacts and know whether or not we are actually being effective, whether or not we're actually being helpful to elections officials, whether people are really taking up the content. And then I also want to think about replicating this across geography and topic. This is a focus on providing elections information, but if you take a little bit of a meta approach to it, This is a strategy providing news around a particular topic that is the center of a disinformation strategy over several years. How can we interrupt a disinformation cycle? And if you take another step back, how can local news outlets, which are highly trusted, work in a coordinated way to sort of take control over information narratives in a highly atomized information environment across outlet and medium? So I want to give credit to our digital producer, Jeremy Long, and our former intern and freelancer, Katie Knoll, for writing and sharing a number of these stories, and the Associated Press team. Katie Oyen is the Local News Success Initiative editor at the AP. Barbara Whitaker is the news verification editor. Josh Kelty did a bunch of the reporting, and Ron Vampel runs their audio team. And here's my contact information. So thank you.
Jordan. Our next panel discussion will focus on the media perspective of covering elections, and particularly on how covering elections has changed over time. Our moderator for this panel is Pam Fessler, a former NPR news correspondent who has covered numerous topics, including voting in elections. Fessler worked as a journalist for 47 years, 28 of which was at NPR. Today, she is an advisor at the Elections Group, focusing on public communications on election issues. I think we all know and love Pam, so feel very grateful to have her here. Also on the panel is Kabir Khanna, who is Deputy Director of Elections and Data Analytics at CBS News. Brianna Lennon, who is co-host of High Turnout, Wide Margins, an election administration podcast in her free time, and also County Election Director in Boone County, Missouri. And then finally, we have Don Vaughn, who is Capitol Bureau Chief at the Raleigh News and Observer in North Carolina. So welcome to our panel.
Well, good morning, everybody. Thank you very much. I think we should have gotten more applause than that. I don't know. yeah, that's it. All right. Anyway, I just want to thank everybody for Rachel for inviting us here to talk about this really important topic because, as most of you know, one of the keys to a successful election is a well-informed public. And it's not only, obviously, the election officials who are responsible for doing that, but it's also the media and working with the media. One thing I have to say is it is what happened in 2024 is night and day from when I first started covering the administration of elections over 20 years ago. What Jordan was describing, that just wouldn't have happened. That type of coordination, that type of focus by news organizations on what was going on and how our elections were run. Really not until 2020 did you start, I would cover a lot of these events and I'd be the only reporter there for many, many, many years. But starting in 2020, obviously, news organizations recognized that this was a very, very important topic and that it was very important that they cover it correctly. And since then, we've had a lot of efforts like the one that Jordan described. And so we're going to talk on the panel about what our journalists and our election official have seen, how things have changed, and then also how we can do things better. So I want to start out with you, Dawn. You've covered politics for a very long time, both in Virginia and North Carolina. So, and obviously this year in North Carolina, you had a lot of challenges covering how the election was being run. Not only the hurricane, but you also had a lot of changes in the way the laws, election laws. So how did you, how was it trying to explain this to the public? Mm-hmm. Were you getting the information you need? And how did that compare with maybe years before?
Mm-hmm. So North Carolina likes to make news a lot. As you just heard, our State Board of Elections Director, Karen Brinson-Bell, and it's ongoing. So a lot of what we do, so the News and Observer, we're the state capital paper in Raleigh, our sister papers, the Charlotte Observer, we're McClatchy, And beyond what our state politics team does, and we have a DC correspondent too, is it's called service journalists that really write things in a way that explains things in a level that's maybe people who aren't into politics, but they have basic questions about wanting to vote. So the story, just an explainer, is a lot of what our newsroom did this election. And so it wasn't just politics and government reporters that wrote those explainer stories. And some are the things like, you all that work in state and county elections administration, that they have a very helpful website, explain everything in minute detail. That's great. Reporters love that, because then you can write something just like a Q&A. And because everything is about metrics and we collect data on what people are reading and know that if they're consuming this or not. And it's just like, how do I know when to vote and where and how and what happens next with my ballot? And do you have to fill out your whole ballot? You think maybe people would know you don't have to, not necessarily. So that's a lot of like the type of work that we've done in recent elections to think about the actual reader of the paper and what they might want to know. How things have changed. Again, dating myself, but I covered the 2000 election when I was just like a local cub reporter, where that was a long time ago, 24 years ago. And so I was working in Southwestern Virginia. And you just go to the main county building, because it's just one county building. That's the courthouse and all the other offices. And you wait for them to bring the results out on a piece of paper and tape it to the wall. And you just sit on the floor, or chairs if you have them, outside of the elections office. And that's how we got results. And it was just technology-wise, a very different type of job. Of course, now we're all like refresh on the State Board of Elections website. And it's a very different vibe, because you're either in the newsroom doing that by the second. So if something doesn't go wrong, if a county is late, anything like that with a statewide race, it's high drama for that 5 minutes. And then of course we're out at candidate events and everything. The candidate events part doesn't change. That's it's the same type of thing. If you've been to any of those, a lot of excitement or a lot of sadness and a lot of waiting around in between, kind of like all elections.
So Kabir, one of the things I think that when I work with election officials and talk to election officials, one of their big concerns is how results are reported on elections, and that the public doesn't quite understand, say, what you do at CBS, using the data to make projections or to do stories. So can you explain? And also concerned that it might be misleading if people think, the election officials know they're still counting ballots,
Right.
So can you explain a little bit what you do, how you verify, that when you do use your data that you make for projections, that these are legitimate? And I think a little bit about what Emily was talking about. How do you get that message across to the public about what you are and don't know about these results?
Sure, thanks, Pam. And it's an honor to be at my first BPC Election Summit. I work at a somewhat specialized unit at CBS News. I manage a team of data scientists, survey researchers, and academics who are trying to make sense of the varied sources of data that we collect pre-election and on election night. We have a few goals. Let me start with maybe what we do pre-election. A lot of that is based on survey research and polling. We are basically trying to collect data not only to estimate public opinion and put out our best estimates of the horse race, which seems to be what everyone's demanding, but to also go beyond the horse race and explain the contours of key races, to explain the top issues that voters say they care about, which in turn we hope will help drive some of the coverage. And in addition to the polling, we're also using auxiliary sources of data more and more, and this connects to what we do on election night. But that includes things like US Census data, voter files to estimate the composition of the electorate, to forecast turnout, how many votes we expect in each jurisdiction. And increasingly, we're relying on precinct returns both from historical results and on election night, to make more, to explain granular shifts in the electorate that we're seeing. So I have also noticed an increase in data literacy. It seems like every cycle, both among journalists and among the public, and an ever greater appetite and demand for more and more granular data, for a wider breadth of data to explain what's going on in the electorate and what's going on election night. In addition, one of the roles we have pre-election is providing guidance internally to our journalism colleagues about polls and about expectations. And I noticed this year, there have been a lot of comparisons to 2020, we had a much easier task explaining to people what realistic expectations should be starting the morning of November 5th and then going onwards. We leaned heavily on guidance from election administrators around the country in states and counties, on basically how the elections are run, what are the rules around voting, how absentee ballots are processed and tabulated, the cadence of vote reports on election night. All of that information, that research is crucial both for my team and for explaining to anchors, producers, executives, basically what's this going to look like. In fact, if I got any complaint this year, it's, why was this decided so quickly? You said it could take days. And 2020 was not the new normal. It was an anomaly in a lot of ways. So that's sort of the period, the few months leading up to Election Day. I'll spend a minute talking about maybe the data sources we look at on Election Day and how we make projections. A lot of this is similar to what Emily covered with the AP decision desk. The first thing we're looking at in terms of results or data sources that only become available that day is exit polling. So that's sending basically, it's a huge operation, but sending in-person interviewers to samples of precincts around the country and in key states to talk to people as they exit their polling place. As people have moved more and more to early voting, it includes components where we station interviewers at early vote centers in the weeks leading up to Election Day during the early vote windows. And it includes calling people who might have voted by mail. All of that data is merged together. We're looking at it on Election Day.
And just real quickly, I mean, is it just CBS collecting it, or do you do it as part of
That's
the
a great
consortium?
question. This is part of the National Election Pool, which is a consortium of major news networks. So I'm at CBS, there's NBC, ABC, and CNN, and this operation is run by Edison Research on behalf of the networks. The two other sources of data that are related are actually collecting vote tallies once voting at a precinct is complete. And then finally, the most important ingredient to do what we do, which is make projections, are county vote reports. Increasingly, we're making projections, and we do call it that instead of declaring winners. We're estimating where a race will land when all votes are counted. They're done via statistical models with human oversight, of course. Basically, the models are telling us when we should really pay attention to a race because it's getting close to a call status. They also rely heavily on knowing how many outstanding votes are left in a contest. And this, again, is where we interface with election administrators and officials and really rely on their guidance a lot of the time. We have models that tell us how many votes are likely in a county. But there's nothing better than getting kind of hard information on that, or if not a total number, when that might be known. Because I will say, increasingly, the pressure for my team is not just to make a projection, but to be very transparent. Emily alluded to this too. Very transparent about what we know and how we know it, and then also what we don't know. And we spend a lot of time on air talking about why a race where someone may seem to have a clear lead in the tabulated vote is not even close to a projection. It may depend on which counties have reported and which haven't, and may have to do with the types of votes that we've seen so far. Maybe it's mail-in absentee votes as opposed to Election Day votes. So increasingly, that's a big part of the job, as well as going beyond just winners and losers, and telling people data-driven stories about the electorate, about their fellow citizens, about their neighbors. What are the shifts we're seeing, whether it has to do with demographic groups, what are the issues that people are really telling us they care about. I think we can get more into all of this, but I'll stop there.
Okay, that's great. And Brianna, you come at this from a different perspective. You're an election official. You've overseen elections. You've also done a lot of work, as many election officials, I think, have done in recent years, trying to improve communications with the public. I'm curious how you thought things went this year in terms of working with the media kind of getting the story right, getting that message across, as Kabir says, of what we know and what we don't know when it comes to projecting results, but also just to explain the process. Do you think things were better this year or not?
Yeah, I think, for one thing, I'm very lucky because we are fortunate to have the University of Missouri School of Journalism in my backyard. And so I have no shortage of students that need to crank out journalism. So we have a lot of really good explainers and things like that that have come out. But this is the first year that I've actually had one of our just local affiliates reach out to me and say, hey, we'd like to do some PSAs about how this process works.
This is the first time?
This is the first time that they have approached me to do it.
Right.
And so and they were extremely effective. And I think a really great model for how we finally could reach people, because they in-kinded that to the office. And being able to have a set 45-second piece about, we filmed them in our warehouse to show what the equipment was like. We talked about absentee voting. We talked about how the process worked, and we recruited poll workers that way. And everyone that came through, we had 1,500 people a day coming through our office to vote no excuse absentee. There was, any time that I went downstairs, people would stop me and say, hey, we saw your commercial. Hey, that was really great. So it was reaching people, and it wasn't our idea. It came organically from our local news media. And I think that has really shown the evolution of how we've been working to have those communications, but also the recognition on the side of news and journalism that there is a benefit to doing that it's not just me trying to chase them around and saying, hey, can you put this information out because I think it'll help our office. They saw that it benefited voters. They saw that it helped kind of bridge that gap of knowledge that, behind the scenes, we're working on all these elections things. I can put out as many press releases as I want, but they have to really drive the conversation. And so that's what I saw so much differently from 2020, 2022, is that our local news media was willing to kind of drive it instead of me chasing them. But I also think that there was more interest in the process than there had been in the past. And whether that filtered down from what national news was looking at, or whether people were just looking at it more because they had more questions and more skeptical, because we have seen more skeptics growing in the state of Missouri, I think there's just been a new normal for, these students come to our office because now the expectation is that they are covering this. It used to be kind of a one-off, I just have an interest in politics. We had people that were applying to be interns. On the journalism side, we had more social media interest of people that wanted to kind of put out information, and it wasn't just the, hey, make sure you vote, hey, get out and vote. It was, hey, this is how this process works. So I think there's just a lot more collaboration that's happening at all levels.
And you said you felt like it was pretty effective, and I'm curious, did you get any sense whether it addressed some of this election? You also said that election skepticism has increased, or is increasing in the state. So do you think it addressed some of that? Did you think that some of the people who are skeptical about the process, that this type of coverage helped ease their questions?
So I wish I could say yes. I think, although by and large for the average voter, I think it made for a much more positive election experience. I think we had a lot of people that were really appreciative that they could find information easily and get that information pretty quick. But on the flip side, and I had one of these individuals in my office on election night as we were reporting. And so they knew that we had only released our first round of results, and every race at the state of Missouri level had been called already. And so they were extremely upset that everything had been called while we still hadn't released results. And it actually sowed more doubt into their minds because they didn't understand why, when we had at least 80,000 votes to report out of our county, every race could have already been called, all the way down to the congressional level.
And was called by the media.
Mhm.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So I think that is still something that we struggle with because at the election administrator level, it's very hard, I think, to explain to people, like, yes, we're still counting these votes and they're working off statistical models. And yes, those are accurate statistical models. And I don't think that when we release our results, they're going to change. But it also then starts sowing the seed of, well, then why are we even doing this? This is pretty irrelevant if you can already call every race in the state of Missouri and you don't even need our votes. So I think that that's really difficult and does, I mean, for them at least, it kind of buoyed the lack of confidence they had already to see that happen.
There's a lot of race calls early. Like the News and Observer McClatchy, our standard is to use Associated Press race call.
Right.
And if we're writing it, it's, leading at this point, even as you're waiting for the final results to come in. And it's very important to use that, and we put it in the lead of all our election stories according to unofficial results. And not everyone will realize that because, there's the social media, I've seen enough, I'm calling it. But, there's more to it, and it's not official yet, as you all know.
Right. And there was a big push, at least within the election community and within news organizations this year, to try and make that as clear as possible to people, just so they didn't have that concern. But I guess not everybody heard that message, which gets to my second question. And that is, one of the big trends that we've been seeing is that people are not getting their news from mainstream news organizations or from the sources that they're getting from many different sources, increasingly from social media. So, as we look forward to how do we continue to explain to people how elections are working so that they can feel confident in the results, you have to sort of explore new avenues of communicating. And I know that both you and Brianna have podcasts. Mm-hmm. So I'm curious how that's working. Do you think it's reaching people? Mm-hmm. And does the News and Observer have other plans for other ways to reach people in the future?
Yeah, I mean, you have to reach people where they are. And some people like, reading a long story, online because they go to the news organization's website and click from there. Or they follow it on social media and go from there. Or maybe they're less of a reader and more of a listener, which is where podcasts come in play. And our podcast, it's called Under the Dome. We've had it for a long time, kind of different formats, but what we do, it's about 20 minutes. It comes out every Monday morning, and I'm the host along with others on our politics team or other reporters. Sometimes I have lawmakers or other guests, and it's just kind of a faster way of getting, like, this is what you need to know. Sometimes it's about an issue. Sometimes it's just whatever the main thing that's going on at the legislature at the time. And I've met people who were listeners who I thought it would be this very like Govey type of listener or people that like politics overall, but it's someone who wants their statewide news they need to be aware of in 20 minutes, about 22 minutes, which is the time that's the average commute for a lot of people. So I'll hear that they listen to it Monday morning on the way to work, or if they're coming in for the legislative session in Raleigh and their drive, lawmakers or staff or people listen to it that way, and that's their preference. So that's how we can get it out. And if it drives them to read our stories, At the website, that's great. We still have a print edition for people that like that. But the social media is you go where the people are, and that's everything from I'm a big fan of Blue Sky already. Twitter X, as long as that's still on the tracks, I guess. And then Threads, Instagram, TikTok. We did. Others did, in our newsroom, did these election explainers on a TikTok video, because that's how somebody wants to get it. And it's still all the news. So when someone says they get their news from social media, it doesn't mean they're not getting it from a news organization or news organization affiliates. It's just their preferred method of it. And you really have to just adapt with how people consume things differently.
How about at CBS? I mean, are you... to get this message across about what you're doing and what your reporting is focused on.
Yeah.
Doing anything different than?
Yeah, I mean, it's been an evolution for sure. We're active in some of these same spaces. CBS has a host of podcasts. The Takeout is one that often delves deep into how elections are administered and how races are projected. I was recruited to do TikTok and Instagram videos in the lead up, something that I'm not used to doing professionally. But I agree, you have to meet people where they are. And the content itself also has to be compelling and illuminating. And so we do our best. It's a challenging issue, the one you mentioned earlier about races being projected while people feel like, well, what about my vote? And it's tough because we're trying to disseminate timely, accurate information, information that people would be trying to suss out if professional journalists weren't. So I do think it's important work. What I try to explain to people is that, unlike forecasters, we're not trying to predict the future. Sometimes a complaint I get is, well, why don't you just let voters vote? And I have to explain that we do. In fact, at CBS, until everyone's done voting, the polls have closed and everyone's cast a ballot, we don't even characterize a race. Like we won't even say, which way we think it's leaning. And certainly the projection won't come until quite a while later in most places. And really what it's more akin to than predicting what people will do, because everyone's already acted, it's a missing data puzzle. And there are quirks, and when a race might get projected is sometimes due to artifacts of the sequencing of county vote reports, which ones come in first, which types of reports come in before others. And so that's a big part of what I try to tell people is really the task at hand. We're just trying to fill in a puzzle that people are going to fill in. And so you want kind of good faith actors with training in politics and statistics doing this work.
Well, where's the pressure coming from to get results quickly? I mean, is it? Are you really getting it from the audience, or is it from the politicians and the parties or other people in the media?
I have to say, so I've been doing this since 2016, and I can't speak from personal experience, but I do feel like from people I've talked to and what I've read, the pressure to be fast with projections was much greater before. I really think the main incentive and the main pressure on us is to be right. And we've never made a projection and retracted it since I've been at CBS. And that's really important, especially in the environment we're in.
Right.
Election administrators did such an admirable job this cycle, a professional job in a really tough environment. We're holding ourselves to really high standards. So I would say the main pressures I feel are, number one, to be right, even if that means not being first. And number two, to explain and illuminate and not just focus on a top line result or who won, but to teach people something about their citizens, the electorate, how people think about politics, what people really care about.
I think naturally people are impatient. If you watch the sitcom Parks and Recreation, there's the line there where Tom Haverford, the character, says, "This is America. I want it now." Right. And I think that's true. But again, in news media, getting it wrong is is the worst, right?
Right.
So if it's late, there's this urge to be first with results to break a story with any news, but you have to be right, and that's more important than first.
So, Brianna, you have a great podcast that I love called High Turnout, Wide Margins. I'm sure everybody here has heard it, which really gets into the nitty-gritty of how elections are run. And it's just the kind of information that I think we've been talking about that is good to get out to the public. How effective do you think that podcast is? Are you really able to kind of reach the audience that needs to be reached? And do you have sort of suggestions for, looking forward, how maybe you might be able to expand, this technique or other techniques to communicate with the public?
Yeah, I think for one thing, we started out as very kind of insular. We wanted to reach election officials. That's still, I think, our target and main audience, and that's who normally listens to it. That's what we create the content for. But I think one of the lessons that we've learned is that there are other people that are listening to it. There are members of the public that are listening to it and appreciate getting to know more of the detail-oriented things that we, as election officials, just assumed were too boring. Or too nerdy for people to listen to. And so that's been really great. And it has, I think, informed a lot of our decisions about what kind of interviews we want to do and who we want to talk to. But the other thing that I think we've had a pretty good impact on is almost like a version of media training for local election officials. I think that we end up kind of serving as a soft landing for maybe people's first interviews or their first real candid interviews about the ways that their offices work. And we often will have people that are kind of nervous and don't know exactly what kind of questions we're going to ask, and neither do we because we don't script it. But we try to put people at ease and have these conversations, and then I think they start to see that people do appreciate hearing more about what they're doing and how they're doing it and what challenges they have or what they're looking forward to most. And we've also tried to kind of get them in the mindset of talking more about what you're doing and informing people about what you're doing is an important part of your job. It wasn't in the past. It didn't necessarily even need to be in the past. But now, because we have so many questions, because you get so much, selfishly, you get a lot of good return from putting yourself out there and putting the office out there because people want to engage more about it. And we've seen really wonderful things that other election offices have done, like Civics 101 and bringing people into the office and things like that. And we can highlight those on the podcast and show people that it's not the scary thing, that it's not something that they need to hide from, and they can engage with their local journalism or even national journalism, and it increases their confidence too. So I think that's our contribution, I guess, to the news world of elections, even though mostly we, I think, consider ourselves news for other election officials.
Yeah, and it's great because one of the biggest shocks to me when after I retired from NPR and started working with election officials, was they would come to me and they'd say, "So what does the media want?" That it was a big. I'm like, well, they just want to get the information out there. They want to help. They basically want to do the same thing you want to do, which is inform the public accurately about what's going on, and that there was this kind of distrust on both sides. But I think that that's one of the things that actually has improved substantially, basically since 2020. You might disagree with me, but I'm curious if you feel like that the relationship has gotten better with election officials because of this kind of recognition of a shared goal in accurately informing the public. And then, so I'd like to get your response on that, but also just kind of going forward, what do you think needs to be done to make it even better? as Charles showed, there's increased confidence in the results. Is that just because what the results are, or did some of these things that have been done as far as communicating with the public have an impact?
Well, with all the misinformation and disinformation out there, transparency always, that's what the news organizations always want, more transparency. And as far as relationship with election officials, I guess it depends on who you are, right, and what level of government you are with working with anyone in government or politics. Of course, the past several years being a reporter, you're attacked publicly a lot more than in previous years. So that's a big change, just the constant questioning. But it's even more of an emphasis of our need to be transparent about what we do as news organizations too, and how we do it, and parsing things out the way we were talking about explainers. And where maybe before that was a subhead section in a story, or it was a sentence or a paragraph, 10, 20 years ago, writing about an election, you break that out into something else, because SEO is something that we use too, and we know that's what people are asking questions about and want to learn about, and that you can present this in a different way, whether it's in a story that somebody reads, or it's a podcast or social media, or Instagram, or however we explain that to people. So yeah, transparency always in everything, I guess.
Yeah, I agree. I have noticed in my time at CBS over 8 years, I think an increase in journalists' interest and understanding of how elections are run, how votes are tabulated, how my desk does what we do at making estimates and projecting races. I do think 2020 might have been a bit of a catalyst with all the changes therein, and in learning about this topic. I think we probably still have a lot more work to do, and maybe there's still a bit of a gap that we can help close between groups that have these common goals and interests, people who are running elections and people reporting on them. In part, I spent my opening remarks talking about the data sources we're looking at, in part to kind of help illuminate what's helpful for us to do what we need to do. And I think a lot of that information is out there. And so, in no small part because of events like this and other kind of forums where people from my world, journalists and election officials, can connect, I think we need to keep talking, and I would be open to hearing what folks think we in the media can do better in terms of communicating this stuff to the public.
So, Kara, do you get a lot of feedback from, especially election officials, about the way you are covering things?
I don't get that much, but that's in part because we need to seek it out more.
Right.
A lot of the times, maybe it's a little bit more one way. We're asking questions. When do you think you might know this? When will we learn, this from County X?
Right.
But no, it's on us to solicit that feedback, and so I would love to hear more.
I was going to say Karen Brinson-Bell is in the other event. Otherwise, I could ask her for North Carolina.
Right.
I always say, whenever
we should have had the two of you up here.
Yeah, too much information is better than not enough. And if you have something where you want to get you're talking about putting out press releases, and that someone might find it later, or election night, or it's on our website or something like that. So put all those details out there. We actually do want it, because it saves time of the call, the email of like, why isn't this out here? It's for the public to find. It's for the press to find. And too much information is always better than not enough. Even if it doesn't end up in a story or whatever, that's fine. But at least you have that, and it kind of informs your reporting, I think.
Yeah, and I always try and tell election officials or other people that I work with that, if you have an issue with the way something has been covered, or they made a mistake, you should tell them. Yeah. Talk to them, because often it's an innocent mistake. Sometimes election officials think, oh, well, this is just a reporter who's got an axe to grind or something. But a lot of times it's just, you reporters are overworked and under-resourced, just like a lot of election officials. Yep. So sometimes it's just picking up the phone and say, hey, you know, you really got that wrong. This is maybe we want to come in and we can talk about it. Brianna, what do you think? Like going forward, what are some of the gaps that you think need to be filled as far as working with the media and informing the public?
I think, I mean, since we're the government, we're a government department, and accountability from journalism is still very important. I think that tension needs to exist, but it is not mutually exclusive with collaboration. And I think that that's not something that's been internalized by every election office, or, I mean, not necessarily. It's one of the things that I take really seriously when I have student journalists in my office is to over-explain things, show them a bunch of information and data, and invite them in, so that regardless of whoever else they talk to, they know that we are a source that they can reliably get information from. So if they have a question, we're willing to give them the answer for things. And even if they write something about a mistake that we make or some negative connotation to something, I can trust that they're going to put it out in good faith with good information. And I think oftentimes, with so many news deserts in a lot of our smaller counties where they don't get to build those relationships, and so they often have more distrust because they're talking to people that don't live in their community because their closest newspaper may be 2 counties over, and so they have no interest in building those relationships. So they often feel like they're more interested in gotcha moments and things like that, or not reporting everything correctly. It is hard to build those relationships, and it's still worth it to try to. I think both can be true, but in order to make sure that the accountability comes with collaboration, you have to actually talk to each other. So the more that we can get local journalists and election officials together, I think the better we're going to be in informing the public and increasing confidence.
And of course, one challenge is that as much as there's turnover in election offices, you have turnovers in the media. So the people who covered 2024 or 2020 are probably not going to be the people who are covering the voting in 2026 or 2028. So you have to sort of start all over again. But you know, I think it's clearly is worth it. Are there any kind of we only have a few seconds left. Any closing words about like looking into the future, if you think things are going in the right direction in terms of coverage?
I'd say just as a reporter, it's, you know, I mean, I'm listening as a reporter, even though, you know, I'm the speaker, but this has just been really helpful, I feel like, and hearing from what you were saying about letting people know any mistakes that we make are very public. Imagine every mistake you ever made at work and thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people know you're the one that did it. And we put it out there and you have to own it. We fill out a form about why did you make this mistake. It's we don't want to. So if there is anything that you see, let us know. We want to make sure that we have the most accurate information. Really, the technology I mentioned with metrics as news organizations, we've learned a lot more about what people are interested in and want things explained, which is great news to elections focused people, because then you guys have the information.
We're sort of out of time, but any quick?
I would echo that. I'm here to connect with folks. If there's part of that jigsaw puzzle you think we're missing, please come talk to me.
And I would just encourage election officials to keep sharing your story. People are interested in it, even if it doesn't seem like it. You may not think that it's worth talking about how you do a certain thing in the office or how you got into elections in the first place, but people really do care. And it's fun too.
Well, thank you very much.
We have a very exciting next session planned. Today I have the privilege of introducing 2 leaders who have been a real voice on American elections and election administration. Former Senator Roy Blunt and Senator Amy Klobuchar are going to be joining us for a fireside chat today. Senator Roy Blunt began his long career in public service as the county clerk and chief election official in Greene County, Missouri at age 23. He then went on to become Missouri's Secretary of State, where he oversaw statewide elections. He did represent his home state for nearly 30 years as a United States representative and senator, and he is now an executive fellow at the Bipartisan Policy Center. Senator Amy Klobuchar needs no introduction, but she has been a champion for Minnesota and bipartisan governance since she took office in 2007. She's been on the front line of election policy at the federal level, especially when it comes to funding, election official protection, and the impact of artificial intelligence on elections. She serves as the chair of the Committee on Rules and Administration, and in 2021, she introduced the Freedom to Vote Act to protect and expand voters' access to the ballot, among other provisions. She's also an advocate for the safety of election workers. Today's conversation will be moderated by BPC's Matt Weil, who is Executive Director of our Democracy Program. We are very thankful to have Senator Klobuchar and former Senator Blunt here today, and I will welcome them onto the stage now.
Well, thank you, Rachel, for the introduction. My name is Matthew Weil, and I am the Executive Director of the Democracy Program at Bipartisan Policy Center. I can't really overstate how excited I am to be up here with two senators who I've long admired and with whose staffs I've been able to work with over the past decade. I'm going to really jump right into this because I know we only have a very short period of time with Senator Klobuchar. So my goal for this fireside chat, and I want you all to imagine a roaring, crackling, warm fire right here behind Senator Klobuchar, is to focus on those opportunities for bipartisan election improvements that secure the voting process and ensure accessibility for all eligible voters. I have way more questions than we have time for, so I'm going to jump into it. Senator Klobuchar, from your perspective, what do you see as the most challenging election policy issues facing the new Congress, and what is the path forward for moving balanced bipartisan reforms?
We have no challenges. But I did want to say thank you for hosting this, Matthew. And Roy and I miss Roy every single day. We did so much work together and had a lot of fun doing it, which is key. We did. The Electoral Reform Act reforms after January 6th and the work that had to be done so that couldn't be used, this old archaic law that was passed before the prequel to Yellowstone was not used again as some kind of a trigger, and felt those were really, really smart reforms. We worked on all kinds of things during the pandemic and with the election. And most significantly, we resolved the baby on the floor issue. Sure. When Tammy Duckworth wanted to bring her baby on the floor. And somehow I remember Mitch to go over and say hi to the baby. He didn't need to kiss it, which I said he didn't need to do.
He's not a natural baby kisser.
No, not at all. And mostly we were, as Roy would tell you, like the mayors of the Senate. And so dealt with a lot of things we can't disclose, including like what senator wanted a squirrel as a pet that we had to turn down. That led to a lot of trust in our work and work on elections. And Roy, as a former Secretary of State, was really helpful on that front as well. And so a lot of our focus was on election security and making sure that the states had the funding they needed. And that is a bipartisan area, continues to be for our both volunteer election officials, which we always want to recruit. We had several hearings on that, as well as our elected and their staff in each state, because they are still on the front line. And I would be remiss not to mention the tragedy of our Minnesota CEO for United Healthcare, Brian Thompson, who I personally know, who was gunned down in New York outside of their investor conference or leaving for it. It's just a horrific situation. And I only bring it up in this context because there is just a lot of, whatever the cause of this was or whoever the murderer was, there is just a lot of anger at people who run things right now. And whether it is a business or whether it is in politics. And I always think about that with these election officials who, especially in rural areas, are just sitting out there by themselves and people are mad and they come up to vote. So that has been a lot of our work. We also have right now the AI involvement in campaigns, and Roy has blissfully missed this part of the chapter of elections, but I hope eventually that is an area of bipartisan work because we have seen it in a very big way bipartisan in the states. 18 states now have passed some state laws that say you have to have labeling if it is the use of AI. And I'm not talking about hair color or little things here, but where it actually makes you think it's the person or it's something that is pretty misleading. And just putting the words on digitally altered when it's not AI, prepared by AI can make a major difference. We saw this in the New Hampshire primary with the fake voice of Joe Biden telling people not to vote, which turned out to be an outside consultant and a magician who then came forward. They should have hired a mime, but whatever. Okay, so we saw it in the Republican primary with a fake video of our future president, President Trump, hugging Fauci. That was a lie. We saw it in a governor's race in Indiana where someone took a photo of a actual rally of one of the candidates where they just had the campaign signs and replaced them with no gas stove signs and then put it in an ad that was then had to be taken down because Indiana actually had passed a bipartisan law that said that things had to be labeled, and then they eventually withdrew the thing. I've had it personally with right after 3 police officers were killed in Minnesota. It was a total horrible, horrible thing. A picture went up, which was originally a true picture of me, and Keith Ellison was in it, who's a very big focus of people on social media. And it was just a picture at one of his rallies in everyone's way. They had no signs at all. They put defund the police signs in the participants' hands, and it started to go viral right after the officers were killed. We actually got immediately X and Meta put a digitally altered, they wouldn't take it down, but digitally altered, and then that eventually made it go away. But it is just an example. I lead the bill on the cops funding, right? I was completely against defund. But that thing, if we wouldn't have called, I just don't know how much more it would have gone viral in our state. And so those things are happening right now. So what does that go to federally? And then I'll turn over to Roy, is just this idea that we should have, there's 2 ways to go, and you can do both together. Texas and Minnesota, very different political cultures, have actually banned deepfakes, the ones that they're not satire, that wouldn't be allowed, but they have actually banned those. And Minnesota has done it the same. So the 2 bills that I have, one is with Josh Hawley, there you go, and Susan Collins. So it kind of spans the 2, ban the deepfakes when they will materially, deceptive, some very defined language approved by Democratic and Republican lawyers. The second one is with Lisa Murkowski, which would require the labeling. So if we don't do this with federal elections, and it was, my guess, tame compared to how it's going to be 2 years from now, we're going to have no rules at all for these elections. And you will not know if it's a candidate you love or the candidate you do not like. And so that's some of the solutions on that front, as well as continuing to fund our election agencies.
So Senator Blunt, what do you think Congress is going to focus on?
Well, it's easier for me to think about what Congress should focus on now. I didn't want to say I'm here. I'm glad to be here with Amy. So 3 years, 11 months, and a day or so ago, we walked out of the Capitol together on the early morning of January the 7th at about 3:48 with the Vice President, and it was a really tragic moment for the whole example of peaceful transition of power. And then 2 weeks after that, we were together on the platform conducting President Biden's inauguration, and I'd been in charge of President Trump's inauguration 4 years earlier. I think, everybody one side's always happier after the election than the other side, whether it's the inauguration or the day after the election. I think we actually did get lucky this time that the result was fairly decisive. And in fact, I told several people within the month before the election.
Speak for yourself.
There's usually, well, I think I'm right on this.
I'm kidding.
There's usually some movement at the end where things happen that somebody wins a lot more of these states than others. There aren't that many to win. When George W. Bush was elected president in 2000, there were 30 battleground states. Now 7. They all happen to go one way, so we missed the divisive moment that where our outside adversaries could have very easily been confusing people again about the unfairness of the counting. The easiest deep fake in the world to do would be a nondescript room with people you don't recognize who are shredding ballots and things like that. I did some work in the last few months with the DNI on this, the Director of National Intelligence on this topic. And I think our biggest concern was not as much what would happen before the election, but what our adversaries might do after the election. And of course, all of that makes the job of election officials and essentially volunteers, the thousands and thousands of volunteers that conduct the election across the country, that much harder. I'd start by saying, one, we need to do everything we can to sort of bring the temperature down in ways we can. I was a county election official one time. I was the Secretary of State, the chief election official for 8 years, and I'd conduct these worker sessions, and I'd say, okay, there are 2 of you for every job. And one reason there are 2 of you for every job is you're supposed to watch each other. But the other reason there are 2 of you for every job is you're supposed to protect each other by doing what you're supposed to do and being able to say at the end of the day that your fellow election worker doing that same job did what they were supposed to do. So to try to get back to that, to try our best to create a sense of safety in a relatively unsafe society still would be important. I've never been an advocate for major federal changes in the election law. I think one that makes it even less likely that election workers show up who are your traditional workers. And 2, I think it makes less likely that people will have confidence in what's happening locally if it's somehow directed from Washington, D.C. It's one of the few things we've had a little give and take on over time, but I don't see that changing in the near future. I think we're going to continue to have state election laws run by state officials. I think those state officials are much better connected with the federal intelligence system than they used to be, or even than they were 4 years ago. Much better this time, where you find out what might be happening in your state that affects your voter rolls or your voter equipment. Things like people understanding that in almost all jurisdictions now there's a piece of paper that is a traceable ballot trail that no matter how you counted your votes, you could always go back and take those same ballots and count them in some other way. So I hope we can begin to see the temperature down. We've had the longest period of near parity in our politics that we've had since right after the Civil War. In the last 26 elections, the last 26 years, the last 13 elections, either the House, the Senate, or the White House have changed 11 times. And sometimes it was multiples of that, but there's no comparable period. So part of the increased temperature is the idea that anybody could win at any election, and that won't last forever. We have a little break here that there's no big challenge to what happened election day, and the more transparent local officials can be, the more both political parties can be involved in every jurisdiction in a way that, again, not only they watch each other, but more importantly, they verify. We were both there for the test of the ballot counting equipment. We were both there for this. Those are important things that I think help bring the temperature down, and we should be pretty focused on what we need to do to do that. And every election official, of course, needs to have a very good dialogue with both sides in every election. And I think our election officials around the country do a pretty good job of doing that.
So can I bring that out a little bit more? This room is filled today with election officials, with academics, with civil society leaders. You've been an election official, as you mentioned, right, local and state. What would be your advice to them to kind of work together to bring about the bipartisan reforms that they all know are important?
Well, the reforms, I do think most of that's going to happen at the state level. I think a lot of states have worked really hard to be sure that their laws are more transparent. I kept hearing before the election, the Secretary of State of Georgia was saying something like, we're going to have a fair, free, and fast election. I do think the fast election part is a pretty important part of that. If you're still in a state that can't figure out how to count the ballots within 24 hours of election day, my advice would be do everything you can to get the legislature to clarify the law in a way that happens. Pennsylvania did a much better job. They made a big investment. They didn't change their law. They did a much better job this time than last time. But we're still counting ballots in California and Arizona a month after the election. There is no excuse for that. And if the problem is you accept absentee ballots too long, you ought to think at your state legislative level, why do all the other states manage to get this done by election day, and in our state, we're doing it a month later? I think nothing creates concern and skepticism about the election more than some states counting weeks after the election's over. And I would be working hard to get those state laws changed in those states where that's not the result. Everybody else has figured out how to do it some other way. And states that are way behind on this should not continue to be behind.
I would agree with this in that I did a report 4 years ago now. Some states had improved their laws. Michigan improved it some with when they would start counting earlier, the ones that came in early, or at least open them up. Pennsylvania doesn't even open them up. Am I right, guys?
That's right.
And I mean, I was just like, come on. And it's not always just a blue state or a red state thing. Some of the red states, they just don't happen to be swing states, so that people aren't focused on it enough. And so I just think doing everything we can to get things fair but counted, and we're always going to have close elections. I'm looking at state senators. Steve Carlson here from Minnesota, the Frank and Coleman U.S. Senate race, where it was, 300 some votes or something. So the point where when Franken won, he could go into rooms and say, I wouldn't have won without you. And I mean it. Senator Coleman handled that, I believe, well. It went on for a while because it was so close, the recount, but then he acknowledged the results. And we were, actually, it was quite extraordinary how we got through that time period in our state. And it was a lot of good people on both sides of the aisle and how they handled it. This delay just makes people not believe things. And that doesn't mean that you have to make it harder to vote. Our state has the highest voter turnout in the United States. I think you're going to see that again. And we do it not with all mail-ins. We do it with a big combination of big time voting on election day and getting in making it easier to register and all of these things. So that's the first point. Second point I would just make that I didn't make before is that I just think that Roy's right about local electeds, and that's where it's at, and that's where trust is. But there are some threats to all of this, and that I know you, having served on the Intelligence Committee, would agree that there is no way a local election official in Fargo, North Dakota is going to be able to deal with some cybersecurity thing that happened from Russia. So there is a lot of work that has to be done on that cybersecurity level. It has been done through several administrations now.
Much better than it was. No
Right,
question.
and it has to continue to be done. We're always going to have to be upgrading and getting the funding for that because they're not going to be able to deal with that at a local level. It is part of the beauty of our system that we're decentralized. So if they attack, one state system in some way, that's horrible, but we have other states that we're voting. So that part of it is probably helpful to us that we're not on one big national system, but we have to continue to invest in that cybersecurity. It's nothing we can just go, oh, we're safe now, it's gone away. When we continue to have these threats that have been documented. The last threat that's very hard to deal with at the local level is kind of what I love with it's misinformation. It is not all AI, and this is a much bigger issue about the platforms and liability and what we're going to do when this stuff comes up that people are seeing that is simply untrue, and labeling of ads and things that are not on TV. Duh, when most voters are getting their information from other sources, that we really have to look at that ecosystem, what's happening there. I'm just looking at, certainly on the attacks from foreign nations, that has bipartisan support. The misunderstanding, the misinformation, and the platforms, that has tended to have bipartisan support, but it's not everybody. And so that's a very confusing area to walk into. But I'm sure Elon Musk will solve all of it. No, I'm kidding. So I really believe that that is going to be messing around with our election system like you wouldn't believe, and is doing it in other countries right now.
Great. So earlier this year, the Bipartisan Policy Center released a report on election official turnover, which showed a 20-year trend, increasing trend of election officials leaving the job. And it's really indicated by two main factors. It's increased public hostility and threats towards election officials, and the increased complexity of the role of being an election official. One of the main recommendations of our report was that election officials need stable and secure funding both from state and federal sources. So do you think it's possible, Senator Klobuchar, that we get federal funding from this Congress over the next cycle? And if it's possible, what are the issues and frames for election officials to go to Congress with that request?
Well, I think I listed some of them, right? Especially the outside threats and what that means. And then, of course, the threats of violence. And Senator McConnell will be, from most accounts, taking over the Rules Committee that I chair. You know, I'm going to have a big transition meeting because he doesn't know anything about the Senate. No, I'm kidding. And he certainly is interested in election law, and Roy could speak to this more. But I do hope, both with the appropriators that make do a lot of work on the budget, but the Rules Committee has played a role. I know Roy and I together advocated during the pandemic for more help for state election officials because of the unique needs at that moment in time. But I hope that continues because there are really some good arguments to be made here when it comes to safety. And I'm here not talking about disease, I'm talking about actual acts of violence, and then recruiting people and how important that is. And then these cyber attacks that can happen at the very local level. So those are some of the things that I think will be helpful.
I think that's right. The cyber areas, the monitoring that only the Intel Committee can do as well as they do it, but more importantly, the sharing of that is critical. You know, these are expenses that states and counties have and jurisdictions have, but they're expenses they've had a long time. You know, the federal government can't pay for everything with money that we don't have. And I wouldn't expect that to happen. You know, normally the federal elections on election day are on top of the state elections that are scheduled on the same calendar, the same time. If the federal government was holding elections all by itself, maybe some responsibility to just handle the basic needs of having the election. I think it's important that we have these levels of government, and different levels of government have different things that they're responsible for. And the more money you get, the more interference you get. But I do think the money with equipment, we made money available for equipment, made money available for security. The basic conduct of the elections is going to continue to have to be paid for by states, and in most places by counties. You know, the states take advantage of the counties, and the counties take advantage, and the federal government takes advantage of the states. But it's long been a local responsibility, and you've got to elect a lot of local officials anyway, and usually you do that on the same date. Can't be that much trouble to elect a couple of members of Congress and two senators every 6 years, and a president every 4. But I do think there are things we can do, and I think we've both worked hard to see that some of those things have gotten a lot better in terms of equipment and assistance that's beyond the local and even the state level.
And as we go into this next year, which is going to be, a new administration, there's a lot of talk about the budget. I do think tying some of these election funding, especially on the cyber area, to our defense and our defense of our democracy, because there's a lot of interest in funding defense through with some of my colleagues, understandably. But we got to make the argument that in modern warfare, there's a lot of going into trying to undermine democracies and undermine elections. And this isn't just with our country, right? All over the place when you look at what's some of the threats from foreign entities to try to influence democracy. So I do think it's one of the arguments we can make on cybersecurity for the continual funding that will bring in many of our Republican colleagues and some of the administration officials.
So as is the case with every election, we're going to figure out how to adapt to the new dynamics going forward.
Yeah, that was. Yeah.
So I do want to.
See, I adapted.
You adapted.
I'm also chairing the inauguration.
Exactly. What strategies do you recommend?
I adapt.
What strategies do you recommend stakeholders use to continue building the cross-partisan coalitions that could be successful, though?
Just genuine friendships, I think, makes a big difference.
How do we scale that?
How do we scale that up?
Elect nice people. No. Okay.
Well, part of it is getting back to honoring the job that government does. You know, so much of government, politics now is about being in the fight rather than doing the job. And frankly, it attracts a different kind of candidate, a different kind of office holder, and looking for ways to honor the job, both those of you who are election officials, to look for how you honor the job of all these essentially volunteers that come in just a few times a year, and sometimes not even that in a given year, to make democracy possible, but also trying to honor those levels of communication with all the people you need to work with. When I was the whip in the House, I used to tell new freshman members that you're going to enjoy this a lot more and get along a lot better here if you realize that the other side, if you just convince yourself that the other side is as well motivated as you are. You can be wrong without being evil. And looking at people for who they are, trying to continue to wrap your arms around the people you work with and the people that you work for in a way that creates that level of confidence. A lot of local election officials are elected, so they have this very unusual responsibility of being both a player and a referee at the same time. And frankly, almost all of them have figured out over the years a masterful way to do that. And just continuing to master that skill of developing confidence, frankly, in yourself, the institution, how you do the job, and appreciation for the people that are out there making democracy happen is really important.
And I think just along those lines, having staff that believes, I've noticed Elizabeth, our staff director from Rules, who's done FARA, Steve Spalding next to her, who works very well with Senator Blunt's staff and then Senator Fisher's staff over the years. And I just think that makes a difference as well. And I just want to end this thing with one Roy Blunt story, because we know each other's stories so well. We can tell them, but it gets to what Roy was just talking about, and that is that he always had this bust, this figure in his office, a statue, and it was called the Unknown Cleric, because he worked so hard, right, to figure out who this guy was, and never could. Library of Congress, they all tried to figure out, couldn't figure it out. And so the story he would tell when people that senators, kids that came to his office, school groups, he said, this guy was so important. How many years was it ago?
Probably put in the Capitol in the 1830s, and by the 1930s, nobody had any idea who it was.
Right, so his point is, this guy was so important. They knew he was a cleric because what he was wearing. He was so important back then that they made this bust and put all this money into this statue, and now no one knows who he is. And so his point to all of us is, what matters is what you do, because they're probably not going to remember who you are 100 years from now. What matters is what you do.
What we do here is more important than who we are.
Well, I can't end that
It's
any
a big
better.
thing to continue.
I hope you will all join me in thanking our senators for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
All right, I think everyone in this room knows that the election isn't over on election day and still isn't over today. So our next speaker, our last speaker before lunch, is going to be BPC's own Michael Thorning. He is going to talk to us today about the post-election milestones, those kind of key dates that have to be passed after the election, as well as how the Electoral Count Reform Act impacted post-election processes.
Okay, thank you, Rachel. I was a little concerned that it would be a tough act to follow, Senators Klobuchar and Blunt, and it will be, but also cognizant that they've actually set this discussion up really well. So we'll just start to go through here. But how do we get from Election Day, which many of the people in this room spent a lot of time preparing for and are still working on, some states have just finished working on, how do we get from there to the inauguration? And really what we're asking ourselves is, how do we translate 50 state plus the District of Columbia elections into 538 electoral college votes that are counted in Congress, and then a president is declared? So just some background here. Now, when we thought about this as a panel for the summit, I think we were concerned that perhaps this would be a little bit more of a fraught time for the electoral count process. But as the last panel discussed, because of that nature of the outcome of the election, there does seem to be less pressure, fortunately, this time around on our electoral count. But we have the U.S. Constitution, federal law, state law, and then something that really came up a lot in 2020 was just various congressional rules, precedents, orders, and norms. So one thing I really want to just point out, and particularly the point of this panel, the Electoral Count Reform Act, which Senators Blunt and Klobuchar were just instrumental in getting across the finish line. I've seen a lot of friends and people in this room who were a big part of getting that law passed, but enough cannot be said about how difficult of a process and how instrumental those two senators were in getting across the finish line. There were many times when we thought it was not going to happen, and they were a big part of keeping that on track. So here's just a little bit of an outline of key dates, to just give you the overall view of how this process works. In case you're wondering where we are, we're still in this canvassing and certification period. And so there's a number of key dates over the next few weeks that are going to be very important to pay attention to. The most significant one that's coming up on about a week from today is the deadline for states to issue their certificates of ascertainment of election. And so a little bit of just the civics remedial here. Remember that on election day, you are electing electors who are going to vote for candidates in the Electoral College. And so what needs to happen a week from today is that state executives are just going to issue, here we have an example from Arizona, they're going to issue some sort of certificate that says, these are the electors who were elected in the election. Those are then transmitted to the Archivist of the United States. And a really important aspect of the Electoral Count Reform Act that was passed after 2020 was creating a new one very clear legal venue and expedited judicial procedure for challenges to those certificates to be heard. Before 2020, actually before 2022, there was a lot of uncertainty around how that process would actually work if it needed to be used. The next, and probably the most significant next moment in the process will be the meeting and vote of the electors in their states. Again, just sort of continuing here with the example of the Arizona. This is one of their votes, which after the electors vote, they send this into Washington. They signed multiple versions of this. And again, eventually what's going to happen is officials here in Washington are going to want to cross-check this vote with the certificates of who was elected that they received previously and make sure that those are all the same people. December 25th for this year, this is the deadline for all of these electoral votes to be received here in Washington. They are sent to the President of the Senate,
which again, civics remedial is also the Vice President of the United States. They are also sent to the Archivist of the United States. And if anyone's interested in seeing what the certificates and votes look like, the Archivist actually maintains them. They're available online for the most part in recent elections. And if you've ever heard about, so we have some of these issues of fake electors have been sent in, not just in 2020, in elections prior to that. The Archivist also has those, which are kind of interesting to see. And then, the moment that, Senator Blunt and Senator Klobuchar were a huge part of is the actual counting of these votes in Congress. That takes place on January 6th after every presidential election. In 2020, Senators Blunt and Klobuchar were some of the tellers. There were 4 tellers. Their job is, as the votes are being opened up in Congress, they're doing the actual counting. And so what is happening here is really that process for the first time of all of the results from across the country being brought together in terms of the Electoral College, since we know we don't have a popular vote. There have been some major changes that Senator Blunt and Klobuchar were instrumental in accomplishing in the last or 2 Congresses ago. One was a clarification of the Vice President's role. You might remember from 2020 there was some confusion and disagreement about whether the Vice President had any unilateral authority to act either on procedure or on the counting or not counting of states' electoral votes. It's now clear as crystal in law that the Vice President has a purely ministerial role that day. It also increased the threshold for members of Congress to raise an objection. Previously, it required only 1 member of the House and 1 member of the Senate to object to a certain state's electors or their electoral votes. And you can go back and watch. In 2016, this was a hurdle that actually Democrats could not get over. Several times, members of the House raised objections about the 2016 election. Then Vice President Joe Biden inquired about whether they had a senator who was seconding the objection. They did not, and this went on for a bit before then Vice President Biden, just said to Democrats, it's over. And then the next thing that the law did was really important, was to define more clearly what permissible objections were. Before, the law was pretty open and vague about what someone could object to that day. So the way the process unfolds, the certificates are open for each state in alphabetical order. You can watch this on C-SPAN. They'll go through, they'll open them, they'll announce where the electors for that state went, and then the tellers are counting them. As the 12th Amendment made clear, that the person with the greatest votes for president becomes president, and the person with the greatest votes for vice president becomes vice president. And at that point, once there's a clear majority of votes, it's essentially a foregone conclusion. It's deemed that person is declared the president. And then obviously we have inauguration day following that. And so, this is kind of a brief overview, reminder. Obviously, things are not as Senator Blunt mentioned, things are not as tense around this counting process as they were 4 years ago, but I think a lot of that has to do with the significant changes that were made to clarify the law and to prevent and really head off some of the problems that were created last time.
So next up here, we have Dr. Kara Ong Whaley. She is Vice President at Issue 1. And we also have her joined by Claire Woodall, a Senior Advisor in Issue 1 and former election official, also a former member of BPC's Task Force on Elections. So I'll go ahead and welcome them to the stage.
Hello, it is so wonderful to spend this day with you all. It's like all my favorite people in the same room, and to get to see people in real life, people I've only met virtually over the last few years. So thank you all so much for coming today, and we're just delighted for Issue 1 to co-sponsor this event with all of the other amazing partners in this space. To set up our discussion today, as we all know, we were anticipating a lot of threats, and a lot of the ways that we at Issue 1 in particular, and then more broadly within the Elections Communications Hub, were considering our work was the rise in threats, harassment, and intimidation against election officials, and how could we counter false information that is spread so much through our information ecosystem by providing credible information. This is brand new data that we just are getting back, and I haven't fully gone through everything yet, but just some quick top lines from some new survey data that we got back this month that was fielded post-election with citizen data. You can see from the slide that majority of people said that they saw inaccurate information a lot or very often or somewhat often for the presidential election. And of course, there's also some Pew research showing that this year. And so we were faced in this election cycle with a fire hose, I've called it, a fire hose of false information circulating, and false information also amplified by bot networks on both the left and the right. And a lot of the things that we did in tracking the false narratives that we saw this throughout the election was seeing how specific election was amplified by bot comments, for example, within specific networks.
We also saw a direct correlation, as you all know, election officials in the room, of the spread of this disinformation on social media. And unlike 2020, where many of the platforms would flag what was potentially false information, we didn't see that content moderation this election cycle. And instead, we saw direct upticks in not just threats, but really just volume of phone calls and conspiracies, and putting a huge burden on election officials who are already facing huge volumes of calls during an election season, adding kind of the narrative or the having to combat the narratives that you're seeing online and how quickly they would spread. We also saw on platforms like Facebook where it was auto-generating militia group pages. So huge changes in the information landscape within social media since 2020.
So as many of you who were part of the Elections Communications Hub or part of various campaigns know already from your experience, one of the most amplified narratives that we saw and that we're going to focus on as just a specific example was false information about non-citizens voting. So research we did with GQR and Redbud Consulting in September showed that majority of people were seeing the specific narrative about non-citizens voting illegally in elections. We also tracked this narrative. It was the #1 narrative, especially relative to other false claims about elections, so that's why we're focusing on it here. But just in terms of sheer volume, non-citizen voting was the highest narrative that we saw across social media. Again, the way we viewed this, and collectively through the Elections Communications Hub that Issue 1 co-convened with the Democracy Communication Collaborative, was thinking about a pipeline and how we could collectively respond to these issues. So we had regular narrative reports. We were tracking narratives online through various tools and had partnered with Alethea, also with NewsGuard, Reality Defender, oh my gosh.
Dewey.
Oh, Dewey Defend. Yes, thank you. Dewey Defend, as well as Logically AI, to track all of the different narratives to see where they were going, what volume was reached, and who the main perpetrators were. That allowed us, to see where it was coming from, to see consumption patterns to some extent, but also to make sure that both election officials and our groups in this space had a sense of what we needed to prepare for. As part of the Comms Hub, many of our groups also did message testing and research to see how we could best talk about this work and who the best messengers ought to be for that work. And so the real value, I think, was working in partnership with States United, with Campaign Legal Center, with all of our groups, with the DCC, with Citizen Data, to make sure that we were really coordinated on what our messages were, and to make sure that all of the groups in this space had that messaging. And our goal, of course, was always to boost confidence in elections and in the people who run them. And just want to shout out, particularly, we knew from research that we had done for the Elections Communications Hub, our focus was on the audience of quote unquote democracy shifters, people who may have questions about democracy. And so we were really focused on knowing that the best messengers for that credible messaging were veterans and faith-based leaders, business leaders, and election officials themselves. So thank you to all of you as election officials. I also want to shout out Chris Purdy and Ellen Gustafson, who were just amazing in terms of being willing to stand up and speak out in press briefings and online to help spread information. Credible information.
Credible and tested information, which was as a former election official, when I came to issue 1, I was like, you do message? I mean, I was like a little data geek that they were doing message testing and that I was doing it all wrong. I would always repeat the disinformation. I would be commenting on social media on the conspiracy theorists, promoting so that they got amplified to the top. So don't do what I did. I'm usually the last one to learn what to do on social media. But an example was when we saw the increase in the narrative, one of the candidates posted about non-citizens voting. We saw at the same time coordinated litigation in swing states. We already had non-citizen voting narratives ready to go. And the most effective messaging to people who were still swayable was that there's multiple safeguards in place. Every state has legal checks and balances to ensure only citizens vote in our elections. We would also remind in every single time we would speak that election officials are run by members of our community. And then always pivoting it back to the real threat to elections are false claims and the spread of this false information. So very coordinated, specific messaging that had already been tested and proven to be effective.
So I think just quick key lessons because we're running out of time. Research-tested messaging, the right messengers, coordination across election officials, non-governmental organizations, and having the right messengers to give the message is really important. But also, I think we don't want to lose sight of the elephant in the room, that now all the information is gone. All the false information is no longer circulating, and this is probably something we're going to have to continue to deal with in the future. And so we really need to be thinking about, like, this problem has not gone away, so how do we continue to be effective and build on what we learned? And if you haven't seen it, we do have a couple of posters upstairs about our work to build confidence in election officials and build support for election officials, and also a second poster on how we translated that messaging into an influencer campaign at targeted audiences in the key states. So we need to continue to think collectively about how to innovate and get to the right audiences in order to have impact.
And use social media influencers for our communication strategy, which I would love to talk to everyone about for half an hour.
We will now have a short presentation from Katie Reisner. Katie Reisner is the Director of Public Safety and Elections at States United Democracy Center. There, she leads efforts to strengthen public safety for elections and prevent political violence. Prior to States United, she was counselor to the Secretary and Deputy Secretary of Homeland Security. She's also an attorney who previously lectured at Yale Law School, so very talented. Her lightning talk will focus on some of their public safety and election work. And welcome, Katie.
Thank you so much to the Bipartisan Policy Center, and thank you to Kara and Claire. It's quite fortuitous that you guys went just before this, because really the relationship between public safety and our mis and disinformation, our information environment, it's a really close relationship. I mean, how many people during Thanksgiving had to use some version of the talking points that Kara and Claire mentioned about non-citizen voting? Maybe I'm alone on that. but I definitely had to use some of that messaging. States United Democracy Center is a nonpartisan election protection organization. We focus on free, fair, and secure elections. And we do this by really providing the folks on the front lines of democracy with all sorts of resources that they need. I lead our public safety and elections work inside of the organization. And we really, for the 2024 election, had 4 key areas of focus. Election protection, so ensuring that we help states defend strong voting laws, election results, and litigate major voting issues. We have an accountability program that really helps ensure that those who seek to undermine democracy face the appropriate consequences, like bar complaints and civil liability. We have a Truth in Elections program that focuses on ensuring that falsehoods about our elections are met with appropriate correct information, working closely with folks like the good folks at Issue 1. And then my team, the Public Safety and Elections team, we're focused on physical threats to our election environment. To do this, we work closely with law enforcement leaders all across the country. I want to just if you take nothing else from what I shared today, I just want to offer one big thought, and I think it's been a through line of many of the remarks you've heard today. But the 2024 election saw, I think the public experienced it as really orderly, peaceful, and that's a thing that should be celebrated. But that should not be confused with 2 things. That should not be confused with any sense that it was experienced as safe and orderly because nothing was happening. There were no physical threats to our elections. That would be the wrong take. And it should not be confused with a conclusion that the election was safe and orderly because it just happened organically that way. I just want to make sure all of us in this room are ready to sustain the efforts that we all undertook and that our partners out all across the country undertook to ensure that this election was safe and orderly, so that we can really redouble those efforts in 2026 and 2028. So I'll just speak to sort of some of how we do this here. As we work with law enforcement leaders all across the country, we work with a range of partners, the National Policing Institute for the Police Executive Research Forum, the International Association of Chiefs of Police, National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives, National Association of Women Law Enforcement Executives. You get the idea. Pretty much all of the leading policing organizations have also, over the past several years, become increasingly seized of the idea that, yes, elections are something that law enforcement has to focus on too in a thoughtful way. We really bring kind of 3 big buckets of work to law enforcement folks. Training. We create peer-to-peer environments where law enforcement leaders can learn from one another and pick up ideas that have worked in one place and take them to another. We go deep into agencies and do deep training all up and down the ranks with folks so that they are really comprehensively internalizing some of these lessons learned. And we go and speak to statewide and nationwide organizations. We also do tabletop training. We help folks think about some of the most harrowing but also plausible scenarios that could come to pass during the height of the election season and ensure that folks' plans are really up to meet the moment. And we develop a really broad library of resources to ensure that folks are sharing information. One of the chiefs we work with likes to say there's no copyright in law enforcement, and that's a good thing. So what were we looking at ahead of this election? We were preparing for a range of threats. We were prepared for a big spate of bomb threats. Folks will remember that just in the beginning of this year, we saw a spate of bomb threats, hoax bomb threats at U.S. capitals, and that was really a helpful primer for folks to get ready to address this in the upcoming election cycle. We were preparing with law enforcement leaders to address threats to ballot drop boxes and to polling locations and ballot tabulation centers. Voter intimidation, incidents involving firearms, and white powder substances. So what did we actually see? We really did see all of these things come to pass.
We saw bomb threats all across the country. They were made in dozens of polling locations, including Arizona, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, all sorts of battleground states. While none of them were deemed credible, there were places that did have to evacuate. There were places where folks, the vote was disrupted. We saw damages to ballot drop boxes. We saw arson at ballot drop boxes in Washington and Oregon and Arizona. And we saw incidents of some additional instances of physical intimidation. So what worked here? And what I will say is we're still in the process of doing one-on-one after-action conversations with law enforcement leaders to really identify what did you do and what went well. And I just want to kind of offer 3 big themes. We're going to be continuing to develop resources coming out of this election that we'll make available for 26 and 28 moving forward. But what we saw was a really amazing set of flexible leaders. People were looking around the country and seeing, for example, the arson in Washington and Oregon, and then using that as an opportunity to get ready in their jurisdiction and think about, okay, we got to bring fire in and help and really identify how are we going to handle arson if it comes here to our jurisdiction. Training, because folks had been prepared to think about hoax bomb threats, people had done amazing stuff in advance to ensure that they were ready to address a hoax bomb threat. Someone we work with in one of the states did a census of all the bomb-sniffing dogs in his state and knew where every single one was relative to every single county. And that was a fantastic practice. And communication. We have seen a lot of efforts by a lot of folks in this room to really bring together election officials and law enforcement leaders to have a deep conversation. And that communication about needs and resources has yielded fantastic results. As a result of this, we've seen significant improvements to places that were really vulnerable, like ballot tabulation centers. And so, just really kind of moving ahead, I'm going to close where I started, which is by saying that we can't let our feet off the pedals. The threat environment is going to continue to mutate and change. We need everyone in the election space, especially law enforcement leaders, to continue to sustain their focus, continue that excellent training, preparation, communication, so that we can ensure that may every election be as seemingly free of a disruption as this past one was. Our contact information is up there, and some of our additional resources can be found at the link on the slide. And thank you all so much.
We are now going to transition to a panel reflecting on some of the threats that we anticipated in advance of the election. For those of you in the room who participated in tabletops, all of those things that we were talking about for months and months leading up to November, before I introduce our moderator and panelists, I want to give a quick administrative note. So we have these very fancy schmancy printed agendas. We had to print them last week, and since then we updated the name of the next breakout. So you'll see that the final breakout of the day is titled Deep Dive on Election Law. It is actually titled Western Democracies, the U.S. Election in Context. That breakout is going to follow this panel, and it's going to feature a presentation by one of the panelists, Richard Pildis, and then it's going to feature a facilitated conversation. So just keep in mind that the online agenda is correct, and that will happen after this panel. All right, so the panel is being moderated by BPC's Dr. Will Adler. Will is the Associate Director of the Elections Project here at BPC. Prior to joining BPC, he worked in elections policy at the Center for Democracy and Technology. So Will, I'll hand it off to you.
Thanks so much, Rachel, and I'm really glad to be following that States United presentation because I think a lot of what we're going to talk about is just going to be building on exactly what Katie just talked about. So for the last few years, the democracy policy community, many people in this room, has been preparing for a number of threats to the year's election. Some of these threats materialized, but others seem, to the public, perhaps, to amount to very little. So why is that? Were these threats overhyped, or did the hard work of the community here successfully neutralize them? Can we put these threats to bed, or do we need to remain vigilant in this cycle or in future cycles. So we have a great group of intellectuals and practitioners here who are going to explore these questions, hoping to prepare for and evaluate the possibility of future potential crises. So I'll start by introducing our panelists. We have Jennifer Morell. Jennifer Morell is the CEO and co-founder of the Elections Group, which is a nonpartisan team of election experts, including former election officials who partner with state and local election jurisdictions looking to implement new programs or new processes. Jennifer has served as an election official herself in Utah and Colorado and is a nationally recognized expert on various aspects of election administration, including post-election audits, chain of custody, and security, and she is also an Air Force veteran. Professor Richard H. Pildes is the Sudler Family Professor of Constitutional Law at NYU Law. Professor Pildes is one of the nation's top scholars on constitutional law and election law in particular. He formerly clerked for Supreme Court Justice Thurgood Marshall, has been elected into the American Academy of Arts and Sciences and the American Law Institute, and was appointed by President Biden to the President's Commission on the Supreme Court. He's also one of the editors of an upcoming book, Electoral Reform in the United States, Proposals for Combating Polarization and Extremism, and there's a launch event for the book just a week from now here in DC. So. Katie Harbath is the Chief Global Affairs Officer at Duco Experts, a technology consulting firm. She's also the CEO of Anchor Change and the author of an excellent Substack on democracy, elections, and technology. I recommend you subscribe. Before working at Duco, she was the Director of Technology and Democracy for the International Republican Institute and a fellow at the Bipartisan Policy Center. She also spent 10 years at Facebook managing global election strategy and has worked at the RNC and the National Republican Senatorial Committee on Digital Strategy. So thank you all for being here. So, like I said, folks in this room have done a lot of work to anticipate the threats to last month's election, but it seemed to most observers relatively smooth. So why is that? There are a few possibilities, right? The threats were overhyped, neutralized by preparation, dependent on the results perhaps, or still lurking beneath the surface. And these aren't mutually exclusive, right? It could be all of these things. And I want to reflect on that question with you all, and I'm so glad to have you here because you all speak to these different domains that are so critical: election administration, election law, and the online information environment. So Jennifer, I want to start with you. I think that a member of the public who reads the news might look at the election we just had and think, well, I read in advance about all these issues we were going to have. People were going to have all these issues casting their ballots. Officials were going to have all these problems running the election and counting the ballots. But it seemed to go fine. So, is that true? What would you say to someone who says, it looks like the U.S. elections are in great shape. Everything went great.
Yeah, thank you, Will. It's wonderful to be here with all of you. So I think we certainly do need to celebrate the success, and preparation is definitely at the top of that. You've heard that throughout the convening today. We just heard that preparation in terms of collaboration with local law enforcement, tabletop training exercises. We saw better voter list maintenance efforts than we've, I think, ever seen, better recruitment and training of poll workers, more post-election audits, my favorite thing, focus on chain of custody, ballot reconciliation, ballot accounting. I've seen more instances of that happening in offices than I've seen before. So there's certainly a win there. Better communication, we had a whole panel on that. That's a really exciting thing. But I think there is sort of an unseen wound or an unseen issue that's really important to acknowledge and talk about. And so you heard it, but I'm going to make you all maybe feel it for just a minute, because I want you to think about the hardest day you've ever had at work. I want you to think about what it would be like to repeat that day for maybe 27, we heard earlier, right? 27 days without a day off. 27 days, maybe 30 days, maybe 90 days, maybe 4 years. Some folks in the room might say that, right? Of experiencing long days, days where you're being scrutinized, criticized, having to take calls and emails from the public. And as we ramp up towards Election Day, not only are you dealing with the physical and emotional sort of burnout that brings, but as you heard from Issue 1 and others, you're being alerted to threats directed at yourself, directed at your office, maybe directed at others in your state, and you're internalizing that. You're wondering, are my preparations enough? Is my training enough? Is the bulletproof glass I put in going to be enough? Are we prepared? Is the corridor I put around my building going to really stop somebody coming in with a bomb in their car? these things become real and they continue to compound. As you heard Charles say, you're running 3 elections. If you're lucky in a building that was maybe state-of-the-art 50 years ago, but most likely in a courthouse that was built at the turn of the century, you're stepping on each other and you don't have room for all the things that you need to do. And that adds to the stress. And as election day comes and it starts at 5 a.m. and you probably didn't go home until 10 p.m. the night before, and it's all the normal things that we deal with, polling locations not opening up, maybe lines somewhere, other issues. Your staff is exhausted because they've been processing voter registration and ballot request forms probably day in and day out for weeks and all the other things. So there's already this sort of like building stress and concern. But on election day, those threats, that chaos really built and escalated. And in addition to hearing that and taking all of that in, you're dealing with calls from the media. We saw more observers coming into facilities. So people now that you're not sure, are they here to do harm? Are they here to do their important part in our democratic process of observing? And then our bomb threats started. And as you heard, initially, there were polling locations that were evacuated and offices evacuated. And maybe by the time they get to your office, you're told it's just a hoax. You can stay and keep working, keep doing your job, but we're gonna run some bomb sniffing dogs through. Just don't be bothered by that. I have cemented in my memory on election night working alongside an office where I heard a director call her young son at 7 o'clock just to tell him that she loved him and she hadn't seen him for a while. So I think there's some collateral damage that we probably haven't seen or experienced yet in the form of trauma and post-traumatic stress and burnout that we've seen coming, that we know has led to turnover, and that I worry is going to continue to sort of erode that institutional knowledge that has really made this election a success and sort of held things together. So I think that is, when we talk about the health of our democracy, I think that's one of the things the public doesn't see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Since you brought up these personal threats to election officials, Rick, I want to ask you about this. In your 2022 paper, Election Law in an Age of Distrust, you wrote about this issue of election officials being the subject of harassment and threats. We saw the presentation from Paul Manson and Paul Gronke this morning of the data that they've collected, which shows that this is actually getting worse for election officials. So, Paul noted that most local election officials know an LEO who fears for their personal safety. 15% report receiving personal threats, and they report actually changing the processes to account for this. So, Rick, do you think this has risen to the level where Congress or state legislators should do something? What can and should they do?
Yes, I do think that Congress should do more to provide more protections in federal law to preserve the integrity of the election process, to let election workers, election officials know that the federal government kind of has their back. One of the important things that was done during this cycle, I don't know if it was talked about this morning, is that Bob Bauer and Ben Ginsberg, who were top lawyers for Republicans and Democrats in the past, created this Election Defenders Network, or elections, I forget the exact title, in which they put together pro bono lawyers from around the country who were prepared to defend election officials because one of the risks they face, Jennifer probably knows much more about than I do, in a number of states, laws were passed that were risky for election officials because there could be second guessing of judgments that were made. Suddenly, these issues might become criminal issues under state law. This is terrifying for people who are mostly volunteers working in the polling places. And so I think one of the things I had hoped Congress would do more with when it passed the Electoral Count Reform Act was to build in stronger protections in federal law to protect election officials. It was one of the things that was discussed as part of the Electoral Count Reform Act changes, but there wasn't enough support to really put some very strong teeth in federal law. There are provisions that exist. There are provisions in some state laws But I do think that we need to let the election officials know that they're going to have protection against the threats that are not going to go away after this election cycle.
Yeah, absolutely. Katie, you've been thinking for a long time about how elections play out online, and it seems like the source of many of the information that leads to these kinds of threats are related to decisions that the companies make about online content moderation. So, after the Russian influence operations of 2016, companies started taking content moderation around elections really seriously. 2020 saw some pretty interesting efforts from the companies, but it seems like there's kind of been a backlash in the years since. In your view, how did that affect the election?
Yeah, I think there's a couple of things to point out here. One, I do want to point out, Jennifer and I were talking before this about sort of the same conversations you were having with election officials, I was having with trust and safety folks. And I was having with folks inside the companies or folks that were working on misinformation, that were at universities, that were under attack from Jim Jordan and others, that were facing a lot of the very similar, resilience challenges of every single day. You're being scrutinized externally, internally, you're being pressured to do different stuff. Your to-do list is longer than what you can possibly do. And I think that that's a portion that people don't necessarily think of, because when we think of these companies, we oftentimes just think of the CEOs and the folks at the top, and we don't think about the frontline workers. And I think sometimes it's important to separate out the folks that are just trying to do the job with what they've been given by their senior leaders versus the decisions that they're making. There were changes to how these companies approach this stuff for sure. A lot of that from some of the pressure that came from different folks, mostly Republicans, around all of this. But I know for a fact, I worked with a ton of these companies. There was a lot of work that was happening behind the scenes. They were just less public about it. Now, whether or not that's good or not, I think is a worthwhile discussion. But many of them were not, because they too did not want to get attacked. Many of these trust and safety workers had been doxxed in 2020. I can give you a long litany of ways that I've been attacked in both the left and the right for this work that's being done. And so they too were having to make these trade-offs of how public are we about this work that we do beforehand versus after. And Facebook, Meta, just yesterday, put out a long post about stuff they had done around global elections on all of this. And I think it is worthwhile for us to continue to debate the policies that these companies have and how well they can execute on those policies around some of these threats, where a lot of the conversations I was having is, okay, where's the line? Where's the line from a legitimate criticism against a public figure versus where does it turn into harassment? What do we do about that? What does that look like? And of course, you had different platforms. X, I have to put in its whole own category, because it did pull back. It did have far less people on trust and safety. It was having a lot more, as the graphs that issue 1 showed, a lot more stuff that was happening. But then you also had AI. And you had AI companies now here for the first time. And I think AI is one of those things that I think was overhyped. But I liken it to how social media was used by Obama in 2008. And we should be prepared. It's going to be used so much more in 2028. And in fact, internationally, we saw campaigns using AI quite a bit in all this. But that doesn't mean, as again, issue 1 stuff showed, there was still a lot of misinformation out there. We did have the US government sharing a lot more about the disinformation networks and the foreign networks and stuff that they were seeing. But it all did look a little bit different. And I think we're in a moment now where we need to kind of regroup and repivot as we think about this, because the threats are changing. The threats are changing. How we're consuming information is going to change so much in the next 2 to 3 years. I can't tell you exactly what it's going to look like, but it is going to be different. And so I think as we collect these lessons from what we've learned from here, how we look at and how do we define what was success or not success around this, particularly around on the tech side and online, how do we now use that to shape this next chapter of what it's going to look like?
So I was going to ask you about AI disinformation. You said it was overhyped. Charles this morning said maybe people think it was a nothing burger. Do you think that to the extent that it was a nothing burger, is that because the companies were pressured into taking action on it? You said it's the companies are being quieter about what they're doing, but how can we judge whether their actions are effective?
So I think it was a combination of things. I think one, the technology is still pretty new. So people are still learning how to actually use it. A lot of the companies and the AI companies in general, a lot of the folks that work at places like OpenAI and other places came from
a lot of my teams at Facebook, a lot of other places that have gone through this. And so a lot of them, some just decided to not allow any politics at all. Some decided to have, they tried to find the responsible ways in which to do that. At BPC, we did a roundtable with OpenAI in 2023, I think it was, to kind of talk about some of these issues. And so I think part of it was what the companies had put into place. It was far from perfect, but they were from the outset saying they were going to be thinking about this. The media paying attention to it played, I think, a big role here in the US of it not being used as much. Internationally is a whole other question. I know we're not really focused on that yet, but I wrote a whole piece on it today in the newsletter if you want to hear more. And I think there's some lessons we can learn from internationally that we should be looking at for here. But I think also we have a tendency to focus on the shiny object, which was AI. And there was a lot of like, oh my God, this could happen, this could happen. This is why I came up with my whole panic responsibly mantra, which I think we should continue on going forward, trying to separate out the signal from the noise on this. And we shouldn't take our eye off the fact that it was still cheap fakes. It was still other methods of trying to push some of this information that still was what we saw the bulk of it happening.
Mm-hmm. Panicking responsibly is kind of the theme of this talk, right? the preparations that we made. Jennifer, what were some of the threats that election officials you think spent the most time preparing for, and what was the impact of that kind of preparation?
I think the biggest win for this election is the collaboration that happened between local election officials and their local law enforcement partners in thinking about physical security. So certainly was the first time I remember seeing pretty much across the board those local law enforcement officials being a participant in those tabletop training exercises and exercising through not just the cybersecurity threats and the operational threats, but talking about some of these specific physical incidents that might happen, whether it's a disruption at the polling place, somebody coming to your election facility and trying to cause harm. But I think that's where a lot of the focus was, because again, we did a great job sort of monitoring that talk that was happening on these multiple social media platforms and making sure that those officials were aware that they weren't caught off guard, but it also created that sort of like anxiety and need to make sure that they were prepared to respond to incidents that for many of them they'd never had to deal with before. I know this year for many offices, this was the first year that they had active shooter training or de-escalation training for their poll workers.
So I wonder if you can compare this year to 2020 a little bit, both in terms of the stress that you mentioned election officials being under this year. 2020 was a different kind of stress, right? Getting ready to have hold an all-male election, and the preparations, I'm guessing, were radically different for the particular challenges in 2020.
Certainly we saw some of this misinformation coming, but really we didn't know what was on the other end of that election, and we were focused on making sure people could vote in a way that's safe. But I think the resource constraints that we started this convening out hearing about, not enough people, not the right space, that certainly was there in 2020. It's still there today. And the add part is these officials and probably all of us feel like we're under a microscope, right? We're being scrutinized for everything we say and everything we do. And this real anxiety about making a mistake, an honest mistake, or saying the wrong thing in an email or in a text or in a meeting like this that's recorded and made public. So, part of that is because we don't have enough people to do all the things well. And so we have to make these decisions and these trade-offs. Right? Do we do a thorough reconciliation and risk not reporting results early enough in the night? Do we make our ballot collections teams go through this exhaustive sort of chain of custody process, or do we quickly want to gather those ballots and get them back into our facility where they're safe? So there's a lot of trade-offs, so different, but still trying to run good, safe, accurate elections on a limited budget, limited number of people, and certainly not adequate space.
Mm-hmm. So we've talked about the threats to election workers. We've talked about the big anticipated threat of AI disinformation. I want to pivot to talking about election subversion. So this got a lot of attention in the run-up to the election. Congress even passed a bill to partly address it, which we heard about from Michael Thorning of BPC a few hours ago, the Electoral Count Reform Act. election subversion refers to a pretty broad set of things. Rick, I wonder what set of problems were people referring to when they talked about that threat, and were people right to be worried about it?
Well, I divide this into sort of 3 phases of the process. That there are worries at each phase. So the first phase is leading up to Election Day and on Election Day. The second phase is between Election Day and when the media is prepared to declare a winner of the election. And then the third is what happens after that, all the way up to January 6th. As far as the Election Day phase of it went, remember, there were a lot of worries in advance that there were going to be thousands of poll watchers and they might disrupt the process. There would be perhaps challengers at the polls who would challenge voters' eligibility and disrupt the process. There was concern about potential violence. You won't remember, but the Republican National Committee had been under a consent decree going back to the early 80s that constrained what they could do in the what's called ballot security programs. And that was ended in 2018, and there was a lot of concern in some quarters what would happen in 2020 or 2024. And none of this stuff really materialized. The bomb threats were an issue, but aside from that, there weren't significant problems at the polling places. So there was a lot of anxiety about that. We should be glad, to remember the anxieties and notice that didn't materialize.
Well, why do you think that didn't materialize? Is it just there's a lot of polling places, or what?
I think that in every presidential election I've been involved in, there's been this anxiety about what might happen in the polling places with poll watchers or intimidation and the like. I had kind of minimized that in prior elections. I was more uncertain going into this election. But I think it's part of the generalized anxiety we now have about the election process. We're operating in a sea of what I call pervasive distrust of the process. And there's distrust from both sides. Each side has different things they're suspicious about. But I think that feeds this kind of anxiety. On top of that, we're in an era in which elections are perceived as existential by many people on both sides, meaning this is not the normal process of sometimes we win and sometimes we lose. The country will never be the same if the other side wins. That's a belief a lot of people have on both sides, and I'm not saying they're wrong about that. But that leads to tremendous anxiety about every single dimension of the election process, as if Western civilization will turn on whether we have this policy or that policy with regard to the polling places. So I think that they did a great job preparing election officials for their role, and these things fortunately didn't materialize. The thing I was always most worried about, which didn't materialize for other reasons, is the second stage, which is the length of time it would take to get to a resolution of the presidential election process. I always thought that was the greatest vulnerability in our system. I said this actually before the 2020 election, and I thought that would be an even bigger problem in this election. And that didn't materialize only because the outcome was decisive enough and was resolved, fairly early on. But I think we should not neglect that issue, because if you pay attention to things like, when was the Pennsylvania Senate election resolved? Casey conceded 17 days after the election. Now, maybe he could have conceded a few days earlier, but imagine the presidential election not being capable of being resolved in Pennsylvania for 14 days or 10 days. In Arizona, the media didn't declare a victor until Saturday after Election Day. And so I think that still remains, that second phase, a major point of vulnerability in the context of a close presidential election. I think we are in such a culture of distrust that it's very important to try to design policies and the process so we can get to an accurate result as quickly as possible, because I think that's a real potential problem. The third phase was the worry that election officials at the local level or maybe at the state level would refuse to certify results or would in various ways try to question the process even when there was not a legitimate basis for doing so. And I just think we weren't tested about that. I mean, some of this did happen, by the way, in Pennsylvania. I don't know how many of you paid attention to this, but there were a few county officials, this was Democratic county officials, who wanted to defy the state Supreme Court and count ballots that the court had said were not valid votes. And one of them said, well, what does precedent mean? Precedent doesn't mean anything. It's a kind of terrible statement in the election context. The Pennsylvania Supreme Court came back in and reaffirmed its ruling on these ballots, and then the election officials backed down. But, but fundamentally, the system wasn't tested on that issue because the election wasn't close enough. Those challenges were probably going to come more from Republican officials who had become election officials based on their distrust of what had happened in 2020. I think the system would have been able to handle that challenge. I think some of the anxiety in advance was overblown. It's very difficult to know how to prepare people without going over the cliff. And I think some of the pre-election commentary was taking people over the cliff, to scenarios that were just not very realistic. Partly because the statute that you mentioned that Congress passed, the Bipartisan Electoral Count Reform Act, actually addressed a lot of the scenarios that people were worried about, even though they didn't understand that the statute actually, addressed those issues. But we weren't challenged.
Do you think we needed to be taken over the cliff of fear in order to get the ECRA passed?
No, I think that, no, I don't. I mean, I think Congress, after the 2020 election, realized that the statute we were operating under, which is the statute that governs the relationship between the state process and what Congress does on January 6th, that was a statute from the late 19th century. It was anachronistic. It was incredibly badly drafted. There was bipartisan recognition. They had to fix that. They had to modernize that. Actually, it was gratifying. I was pretty heavily involved in that legislative process, but it was gratifying because no one was paying attention. So they were willing to listen to academics who knew something about election law because they knew they needed to fix the statute and they knew they didn't understand it. But a bipartisan ad hoc group was put together by Senators Manchin and Collins and pushed that through as the last thing the previous Congress, at the end of the congressional session. I think that was critical. Now, hopefully that statute never comes into play because the process operates smoothly. But that statute did things, I'm not going to go through everything, but for example, it made it clear states have to resolve these election issues through laws enacted in advance of the election, meaning that legislatures can't come in after the fact and start changing election law after votes have been cast. That was one of the worries people had. There are a variety of other safeguards and guardrails built into that statute. And so I think that does provide significant protection going forward. But we weren't tested at that third phase.
Yeah.
Can I add something, Will, that Rick just brought up? I think that quick results reporting is worth sort of reminding everybody that that was a big win this election, and that didn't just happen. In those large jurisdictions that struggled in 2020 to get results quickly, they did expand their space. They did hire more temporary workers. They ran often 24-hour shifts this election, which is tough to do, meaning you still need internally full-time managers to oversee those midnight shifts. But that happened this election, and I think we certainly have seen the benefit of that quicker.
But we can still do more on that front. So I'm still very unhappy with state legislatures in places like Pennsylvania and Wisconsin that refuse to allow their election officials to begin the process of processing, not counting, but processing absentee ballots that come in before Election Day, so they're ready to be counted right away on election night when polls close. That's an easy problem to fix. They have refused to do it. It's a little hard to understand why exactly. There are partisan political fights around these issues, but that's a no-brainer to me.
Yeah.
And that would help speed the process up. And there are other policy things that can be done. But I agree with what Jennifer said. I would add some of these jurisdictions bought new equipment that cost a lot of money, like in Pennsylvania, so they could process more quickly. So there's recognition that this is a vulnerability. But there's more we can do to get to accurate results more quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. Katie, do you feel like the companies that you've talked to were also treating the period after polls closed and before the presidential result was called as a key vulnerable time?
Yeah, Nicole Schneiderman at Protect Democracy and I put together a series of briefings looking at that period. And I was very, very pleasantly surprised. We gave briefings to pretty much all the companies. We sent the information to pretty much all of them who wanted to know, and they were trying to think through, okay, what are all these dates going to be? When do I have to have 24-hour coverage? When can I just have, coverage during the regular day? What are the threats? What are these going to look like? What are we going to potentially have to anticipate? And what are the processes we have to have in place around that decision making and everything? There was a lot of anxiety in the companies of similar to the election officials, right? We all were like, there's only so much you can do to prepare, and it's until you live through it do you know if you were ready or not. And that is a really hard thing mentally to live through day in and day out, because there comes a point in time, right, where you're like, I can't do anymore. We now just have to hope that what we put into place works. And I think that a theme that I'm hearing throughout all this, and I did so much red teaming, me and my team and others I worked with, so much red teaming with the tech companies too. So much red teaming of their processes, of how their systems were generating content on like the AI front and all of that, to try to make sure and do the best that they could of making sure at least accurate information about where, when, and how to vote would exist. The challenge that we had about thinking this post-election period, though, was when the facts are fuzzy. Like, do you all remember when the ship hit that bridge in Baltimore? Or even when there were some of the attacks in Israel, and you don't know all the facts. You don't necessarily have an authoritative source to point to. You can point to, here's the process, and that's where we were trying to like, okay, you may not be able to say this is how it's gonna end up, but let me point you to the process so that you know there's an authoritative source of like, here's what this is going to go through so that people are prepared, the general public is prepared for all of that. But asking the companies or anybody that does anything in the content world, how do you handle that, is a challenge that I think we need to explore a bit more of what that should look like in that counting, that process after election night, before when the news orgs call it, but then also before January 6th and even the inauguration, we were saying there's going to be periods of time here, and I couldn't get clear signal from folks of how everybody had different ideas of how that type of content should be handled. And some platforms like Meta just decide we're just downranking all politics and news because we don't want to have to be making those decisions. And that had its own backlash in and all of it. And my thing is that platforms can run, but they can't hide from politics. And so as we're thinking about these next, there's always another election that's coming. As we're starting to prepare for those and think about those are some of the areas that I wouldn't mind having a bit more discussion on of that post-election time period. Because even though it didn't happen this time, it doesn't mean it's not going to happen in the future. And there's so much we can keep building on from this preparation. Because the more that we do this, the more resilient you do come to of being like, oh, I may not know exactly how this is going to unfold, but I can handle it, right? Like, I know we've got the processes in place to try to make sure, I know we've got the partnerships, I know we got the things to do this. Is it gonna be stressful? Heck yes. But there's something to that of keep repeating it, that you start to, I don't wanna get complacent about it, but it's something that you just it brings the anxiety down just a smidge more.
In terms of focusing on the things that that we can actually do, counting faster, trying to reduce that period of vulnerability as much as possible, that's one of them. But Jennifer, you've talked about the issue of other like preventable operational mistakes in elections happening and being picked up on and leveraged to sow distrust. What kind of mistakes did we see this year? Did any of them like blow up in the press, or was it just that the presidential race was called and everybody moved on?
We'll start at the end. I think the media did a great job in sort of contextualizing some of the mistakes we saw. There are like 5 key things. So my organization ran a series of workshops in 2022 and 2023 with election officials to try to identify some key areas of election administration that were so important to not go wrong that performing an audit or a test or some sort of quality control check was worth doing. Some of those things were voter registration, list maintenance. We certainly heard a lot of that. Ballot proofing is probably the most boring election administration and tedious election administration task that you will do. But we saw issues, right, where there were candidates left off the ballot or spelled incorrectly or last minute changes because proofing hadn't been able to be done thoroughly. That led to issues down the line. So maybe we proofed late. That meant we didn't get to thoroughly test and didn't realize till after election day or election day that those ballots couldn't be scanned. So ballot proofing was a big one. Chain of custody, I call it ballot management, chain of custody, ballot accounting, ballot reconciliation. Anytime we see a headline about ballots being discovered having not been scanned or counted after the election or during a recount, those can always be tied back to jurisdictions' accounting practices or ballot management practices. So we saw a few of those, and certainly that's an area where I think we can do better. I think the other one that was interesting is the number of mail ballot print issues that we saw. And as we think back to Charles's slide and we see that sort of increase, right, towards more people voting by mail, it means that there are more external vendors entering the space. So there certainly are good, qualified companies that have done this for years and years with success. We have new folks coming in, and we certainly saw some issues. And I'll just point out again, in at least the jurisdictions I worked with that experienced those where ballots didn't go out correctly, were mailed to the wrong voters, or just couldn't be scanned at all. Often they went with a company that was the cheapest because, again, they were resource constrained in terms of what they could spend on that. So those are three of my big ones where I think we can improve, we can do better. Again, it's like being able to comfortably talk about the problems without fear of those somehow boiling into a new conspiracy.
Yeah, and somehow it seems like none of them really boiled into.
No, and I credit the media for that. I think they did a phenomenal job, again, reporting on it, contextualizing it, and helping people understand the other layers of security that made sure that that election for that jurisdiction was still conducted fairly and accurately.
Yeah. Rick, going back to election subversion, since we're talking about things at the local level and in this kind of third phase that you were talking about, do you think we're out of the woods there? Do you think we've done enough to prevent that kind of subversion? It seems like this year, people who have questioned the result of the 2020 election had a little bit more success at the local level than they did in, say, 2022, when I think they sort of flopped across the board.
I doubt we can change this, but it's worth mentioning that the way we run our elections is fairly unique among democracies.
Mm-hmm.
So, especially for even for presidential,
Yep.
especially even for the most national election to the most powerful office in the world, right? We have this highly decentralized system, and partly that means that we have every state will have its own fights over this policy or that policy, and you'll have state courts being brought into the picture in different states, and depending on the composition of the legislature or the governor's office, the policies may flip back and forth. And we have typically partisan elected officials who oversee the process. And the most extreme example back in 2000, when Florida was the epicenter of all the controversies, the Attorney General was the chair of the Democratic campaign. The Secretary of State was the chair of the Republican campaign in the state. No other country has elected officials, including officials elected on a partisan basis, playing such a critical role. They typically have independent election administrative bodies, or they have electoral courts. They have a national, it's a single national kind of process. So I think all of these discussions are taking place in that larger context, which we kind of take for granted because this is how we just have always done it. But it does introduce the greater risks both of actual subversion and worries about the subversion or perceptions of subversion.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I would be very happy to see us creating independent entities or officials who oversee the election process. I know Kevin Johnson was here earlier. He's been devoting his efforts and his organization to that.
He's got a poster upstairs.
Yeah. I don't know how likely that is. And because the process is so decentralized, it's also unclear how much how much power Congress has to step in and kind of address some of these issues as a national matter. So for House and Senate elections, Congress has full power to regulate the process. For the presidential election, it's more uncertain what Congress's power is. And in fact, one of the major cases that I think will be going to the Supreme Court on the election process, which connects to the issue about non-citizen voting discussion, is Arizona's effort to require proof of citizenship, which they do require now and can for state elections, to require it for the presidential election. Right now, there's a federal statute that governs registration for the presidential election. Arizona says Congress doesn't have the power under the Constitution to regulate the presidential election in this way. That's going to be a big, big issue before the Supreme Court. And if the court holds that Congress doesn't have power over the presidential election to regulate matters like this, then you're going to see even more kind of proliferation of political disputes or policy disputes at the state level over the presidential election.
Yeah. So as we close out, I just want to hear what you all think the key vulnerabilities are that we need to patch maybe next year. Unclear whether Congress is going to be interested in moving on elections, but certainly some state legislatures will be wanting to move on that. I think I already heard from Rick, key vulnerability being the processing time of ballots. But Jennifer, what do you think?
We need to continue to invest in our workforce. We need to make sure that these officials and their staff are adequately trained and paid and have the resources, the facilities, the staffing that they need to continue to do all the things that we talked about today that contributed to the success of this election.
Katie, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm going to say two, but they're kind of interrelated, which is one, I realized I didn't talk enough, I think, about Musk. And the part of the reason for that is our information environment is very fragmented. X was not even one of the top places that a lot of people were going, but it doesn't take a lot of people to cause harm. I have friends who've personally been harmed by Elon Musk and what he's put up on the platform, and I think that that's something we absolutely need to pay attention to. But I thought that there was sometimes a little bit too much attention on what was happening on X and not enough being paid attention to the overall information environment that we were in. And my thing and our biggest vulnerability, but the biggest opportunity for us to shape right now is AI, is how AI is going to change anything with a feed. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, whatever has a feed is going to start having AI generated summaries at the top. AI is going to play a bigger and bigger role in how we all consume information. And now is the time that we have to help to shape that, to help to think about what that looks like, to help to get ahead of that curve. But if we don't, and if we don't pay attention to it, there's going to be a vulnerability in there that we potentially weren't paying attention to that becomes a new sort of shock thing where something happened. For instance, in Romania right now, a person who got first place in the first round of elections is somebody who only campaigned on TikTok, and he came completely out of nowhere. And now it's in front of that electoral court to try to decide if they do a recount, if they do a rerun of the election, was it Russian interference? It was just a total shock to the country's system, and they're kind of in chaos right now while they try to figure that out. And so I think, again, there's lessons to be learned there of how do we make sure we're not just fighting the last war, but also thinking about the one that's coming.
Great. Thanks so much. It was so great to hear from all of you, and let's hear it from all of you for our panelists.
So for the next lightning talk, we are joined by Tammy Patrick and Adam Hines. Speaking today, Tammy Patrick is speaking on behalf of the Bolstering Elections Initiative, where she is a senior advisor. We also have Adam Hines, who is Chief Executive Officer at the Edward M. Kennedy Institute for the United States Senate. He was previously a leading member of the Massachusetts State Senate, as well as a United Nations official in the Middle East and a congressional staffer. So thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much, Rachel. And it's been great to be here today and to see all of you good friends and colleagues. We have a saying in elections, you've heard me say it a number of times, that we want our elections to be fast, and we want them to be cheap, and we want them to be accurate, but we only get to pick two. And we've heard a lot over the course of the day around the tensions that happen there. So a consistent, reliable, and equitable funding stream is a perennial issue in elections, in election administration. And although there's been academic research on this thorny topic over time, and although we have conferences like the Ezra Conference and the Auburn Symposium and Journal and the Medsel convenings that we see, much of this work is sometimes still unknown to practitioners and policymakers. Because of this, the Bolstering Elections Initiative is seeking to change that by anthologizing research, case studies, and insight on exactly how are our elections funded. So that's only half of the story, the output of the process and of this project. The other half is the bipartisan nature of the effort itself. And so for that, I'd like to turn it over to Adam.
Great, thank you, Tammy. And I know that Tammy is known well by a lot of you out here, and it's just incredible to be working with her and her understanding of elections across the country. So I guess, as you heard in the introduction, before doing this work, I was a state senator in the Middle East for 10 years, working in Iraq, Jerusalem, and Syria on negotiations. And I kind of start with that because it informs how we've designed our democracy work at the Institute. And namely, we lock elbows with an institute of a former Republican senator in everything that we're doing. The idea is that, look, you can have the best idea in the world, but if you can't open the door in Congress or in your state legislature, then what good is it? The other aspect is we have a bipartisan board at the Institute, 8 former senators amongst others, and 4 Republicans, 4 Democrats. And they said, particularly in the aftermath of the 2020 election, we don't recognize our politics. We don't understand how this is impacting, the ways in which this is impacting our governing institutions, and we can do something about it. We should be doing something about that. And so that's when we joined up with the Dole Institute. As you can see, my fearless leader or collaborator is featured in the middle, Audrey Coleman. She couldn't make it today. Jackson Dandra is here representing the Institute. And what we essentially decided is that, look, our namesakes, 2 lions, two giants of the Senate, represent how and when you should come together, reaching across the aisle, especially when it comes to elections. They would work together regularly to extend the Voting Rights Act, among many other things that they took on together, and just recognizing there are certain things that are critical and national importance that we can and should work on across the aisle. And so what we've done is convene, Tammy in particular has convened literally our national experts and practitioners, policy practitioners that came together in the images you see here in our kickoff symposium in Lawrence. That's Secretary of State Scott Schwab, who's featured, and with many others. Many of you are in the room today, in fact, which is a great sign, but others, including the Secretary of State of Pennsylvania, who are participating in this report that we're putting together to really lift up the hood and try to answer the question, why is it so difficult to understand the funding of our elections compared to other government services, and really be clear about some of the ways that are working well and other possibilities. And so we're looking forward to that report coming out next year. I have to say, we are eternally grateful to the Elections Trust Initiative for supporting this work, and Avery is here. So thank you for everything that you're doing for our country and our democracy. And with that, I'll hand it back to you, Tammy.
Great, thank you. We took this lightning talk really to heart. So we may be such fast lightning that we're not even going to take up our full 7 minutes, which is all well and fine. But I will say this in closing, and that is my hope for this project is through the course of pulling together these stories, these research, and the various anecdotes as well as sound data points that people across the country can use to understand how their elections are funded, who's paying for it, what they're paying for potentially, not exactly what the cost is, because that's part of the thorny issue, and we'll talk a little bit about that in the introduction to the paper or to the project. But we really hope that it has legs, similar to the Presidential Commission on Election Administration's report. That was a solid, practical, bipartisan effort that people could point to and say, this is what I've been saying for years, And here are all of these experts on both sides of the aisle that are championing this cause as well. So for those of you in the room that are authors, thank you for sending in your chapters.
And those of you who have not, we anticipate that arrival.
Those of you who have not, we anticipate your long flights tonight and tomorrow. We'll be generating those initial drafts. But truly, we're really, really appreciative. Not only myself, it's such an honor to work with both of these institutes, but to be able to bring together some of this work into a single place where we can find it, locate it, champion it, and share it with our voters, potentially, with the press, with the media, with our policymakers, and of course, those who hold the purse strings. So with that, thank you all, and look for it early next year.
Great.
I would now like to welcome back Scott Warren from the SNF Agora Institute here at Johns Hopkins University. He'll be joined for this discussion by Matt Germer, the Associate Director and Resident Elections Fellow of the R Street Institute's Governance Program. Their lightning talk will focus on a series of convenings they held together focused on crafting a conservative agenda for democracy and building trust in elections. So welcome.
Thank you, Rachel. How y'all doing? Thank you, Ashley. Gonna keep the energy up. So really excited to be here with you all. Some of you have probably heard the roadshow that Matt and I have done before, either from previous convenings, or you've been at our convenings, or you supported our work, for which we are very grateful. So we'll try to spice it up and make it a bit different today. We'll see what we can do. But want to talk a little bit about what we've been. This is an initiative that we've been leading for really the last 2+ years, focused on building a conservative agenda for trust in elections. So what that's looked like is 3 specific components. So one is that we've been conducting convenings of experts, officials, election administrators around the country, largely at the state level, to figure out what an agenda specifically focused on conservative trust in elections look like. There's a few folks here that have been at some of our convenings, so they can talk about whether they've been useful in terms of actually putting that together. We've also been conducting research, so largely at the state level, we'll talk about some of the research that we've done to figure out what are some of the messages and messengers that resonate in terms of building trust in elections. And we've been trying to catalyze follow-on action as well. So how can, when we do these convenings, we don't just want to have a convening and leave and then nothing happens after the fact, but how can we help build some sort of sustained infrastructure in some of the places that we're into? And I will just note that this, I won't get into the whole backstory because I've done that in other convenings before. We do have a little bit of a roadshow. But this was really started because at a lot of democracy or elections convenings, folks congregated, I don't know if this is the case here or not, folks congregated tend to be on one side of the political aisle, tend to be on the left or the center left. And there's a lot of folks on the right that really do want to be part of these conversations and have an agenda for what trust in elections and what their own small d democratic principles look like. And so we've been focused specifically on getting those folks together, largely in spaces where they can be candid and off the record. So what that's looked like, you can see, I won't go through all of this, but last year we really focused on convenings at the state level. We got 20 to 30 people in a room. We visited, sort of up for discussion, but about 12 different states. Some purple states: Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada, Georgia. Some redder states: Idaho, Wyoming, Kentucky, Utah. And so we were able to really have conversations about what the specific challenges were in those states, which we can talk through.
Yeah, the next round of states. So we had some takeaways from this experience that we noticed each state has its own set of challenges, its own opportunities, and its own unique status when it comes to trust in elections. At the same level, there are some commonalities across all the states, whether they were purple, magenta, dark red. First was that there is a strong need for these conversations, particularly focusing on conservatives and election trust, but also just higher level democratic principles, small d democratic principles. Second, as I mentioned before, there are these distinct sets of challenges and priorities. It makes it very difficult to have a national strategy. And so it became important in our conversations to not show up with a pre-made agenda and say, this is what we want each state to do, but instead to allow our state attendees to drive the conversation for the day, to identify what problems they recognize and what kinds of solutions might be appropriate for them. We also spent some time focusing on the process itself of elections and not the outcome. This is an important part. We saw earlier today in some of the data that was shared that trust in elections is often closely related to, did my candidate win? There's only so much that we can do for those focused on process when it comes to that point, but we can still do quite a bit to shore up trust in the process itself, regardless of the outcome. Finally, one of our takeaways isn't so much related to the convenings itself, but from the research that we conducted in advance of the convenings. And that takeaway is that language that we use to describe these things matters. In this case, one of the pieces that we took away was that the word democracy has now become a political term. It's not necessarily something, every American, if you ask them, do you want democracy? They'll say yes. But if you have a candidate on stage saying they're a candidate for democracy, that now comes with a political implication to it. And it makes it difficult to talk about these issues. And so there's a real need to think about who your audience is when it comes to building trust in elections and what kind of language is going to communicate with them on the level that you need to. For those in the room who have seen this before, I apologize. I'll try not to spend too much time going through it. But one of the things we shared with our attendees were these conservative principles for building trust in elections. This is actually a document and a set of principles that we worked on in this room just over a year ago and released publicly a few floors down from us the next day. And at a high level, this is the need to publicly affirm the security and integrity of American elections. To the extent that you feel comfortable to say, I trust elections across the country and I can explain why, great. But if you can't do that, try your best to avoid fueling doubt in other jurisdictions in an attempt to build up your own. It's very tempting to say, look, I don't know what they do in this other state, but let me tell you about this, in our state, we can trust it. The downside of that is that you're telling your audience, don't trust the results in the other states. We spent some time walking through that. We talked about transparency and outreach, things that we've already covered on the stage here today as part of this conference, and the need to involve the public and the media. And finally, to the extent that there need to be changes to the system, and really there always are things to be working on, to bring forward those policy changes in the spirit of continuous improvement. Rather than holding up a bill and saying, we have to pass this or we can't trust our elections, to frame it instead as our elections are generally good, but we can make them better, and here's how. And to look for those policies that help promote public trust.
So we also did, and we can share all of this, it's on the Agora website that deals with this project, but we worked with Gallup to poll each of the states that we were in. And what we did is that we compared Republicans who believed that Trump had won in 2020 versus Republicans that believed that Biden had won. This was a distinguishing factor, and looked at trend lines in terms of how they consume news, what their political identity was, and this helped to inform action. We'll be continuing this research. One thing we will say, and we'll talk briefly about what we want to do going forward, although we want to listen to some of the folks, and we'll be talking to them very soon. That was a clear identity marker for some of the folks that came to our convenings, conservatives that believed that Biden had won the 2020 election, sort of an open-ended conversation on what the identity will be of the folks that we continue to convene, what the sort of research agenda will be as we continue to convene. We also did some catalyzing work, and some of that actually looked at providing Republicans in some of the swing states with information to combat disinformation because they were being bombarded all the time. And we want to continue to help build state infrastructure because, as we said, states are where this information will really matter.
Finally, I'll point out, and as we approach our end of time, maybe we can steal some of the lightning from the last talk here, is to note that as we move forward into 2025, as Scott pointed out, this project began as bigger than just trust in elections. It was a conversation about conservative agenda for democracy at a higher level. And so as we move forward, we look not only on building on the trusted outcome that we have here coming out of 24, but this now gives us a room. Instead of spending 2025 litigating 2024, we can spend 2025 on that continuous improvement objective from before. We also want to continue to cultivate our community of conservatives who care about these principles, something that we're excited to do, as well as tackle, like I mentioned, these higher level democratic principles, whether that's federalism, the rule of law, peaceful transition of power, and other norms into 2025.
So thank you. We'll keep you posted on the work, and much more to come, we're sure.
Great.
I now have the bittersweet job of announcing our final panel of the day. Our final panel is on the 2025 state election policy outlook. I imagine many in the room know that because of the decentralized nature of our election system, election policy is primarily driven at the state level, and we tend to see most movement in that year after a presidential election. So it's going to be a really interesting conversation that we're hosting in partnership with NCSL, the National Conference of State Legislatures. Wendy Underhill is going to be moderating this conversation and introducing her panelists. Wendy oversees NCSL's research into state election administration policy and will be moderating this conversation. So I will pass it off to Wendy.
I think today's been a really great day. How many people agree with me on that? Okay, so can we just say a great big thank you to the Bipartisan Policy Center and to Rachel Uri and to Grace Kleinfelter, I don't see, and Theo, and I'm missing people. Rachel, I'm so sorry. Okay, Matt Weil. Okay, that would be kind of a big one to miss. Okay, so anyway, it's exciting to be here, and we have promised that we will uncover some bipartisan policies that could be considered as we go into the first year of the second quarter of the 21st century. So that's our goal for today. And to do that, I have some excellent folks with me. I have Senator Jim Carlson from Minnesota. He chairs the Senate committee that oversees elections. And we have Representative Scott Krug from Wisconsin, also overseeing the committee that oversees elections in Wisconsin. And we have, as most of you know, Secretary Kim Wyman, former secretary from Washington State, of course. Okay, I know where she's from, I promise. All right.
W something.
All right, so we know that the Bipartisan Policy Center is bipartisan, and guess what? The National Conference of State Legislatures is also bipartisan. Now, I do sometimes think that we are on an island of bipartisanship, and inside that island, or outside that island, are the partisan waves, and they're coming up and making the bipartisan island a little squishier. But that's okay. We're still living on it, and we're going to do what we can with that. So we will give you some good ideas, but before we give you ideas or talk about some things, I want to be sure that we just acknowledge that politics matters as you make these choices. And so let's just honor that. When you think about it, I'm going to go to you first, Secretary. When you think about what the election we've just had, do you think that changed your mind about how policymaking in the states will be undertaken in this coming year? And if the answer is no, that's fine too, but.
No, I don't think so. I think each state's got its own political environment and challenges and uniqueness. And I think that, when I look back at Washington and my time there, I just looked up some numbers and it was kind of depressing, actually. For those of you who don't know, I was a Republican elected secretary, and since 1980, that was the last time a Republican was elected governor. Since 1994, Democrats had the trifecta 16 of 30 years, meaning they had the governor's mansion in both houses. And the Senate was controlled by Republicans for 4 whole sessions during that time. And the only reason it was 4 is because 2 of those sessions we had Democratic senators who caucused with the Republicans. And then on the House side, virtually the same thing. It was 4 sessions that were controlled by the Republicans. And so it's that had its own political environment. I had served as auditor and I'd served as Secretary of State. And so you spend more time, I think, on the little p politics, particularly when you're partisanly elected, trying to make policy, and you have to work with both sides of the aisle. And certainly in the environment I was always operating in, if I ever wanted to get anything done, I had to do it with Democrats. And that came at a political cost, make no mistake. My Senate Majority Leader was not a big fan of mine when I was Secretary of State, because I actually talked to Democrats. I know. Oh, just and I say that because it evolved over a long period of time. That was something that, it took a number of things. I think it kind of started when you look back at the Contract for America, Newt Gingrich, when he became Speaker. that's where the term primaried, for those of you who work for elected officials or are one, really started becoming a verb. Because he started picking off moderate Republicans. And I think that both parties started realizing there was some value in that, and that their goal was to have people who toe the party line at all costs. And if you can't do that, and if you want to try to compromise, because that's awful, and this is more, I think, well, I think it's at the federal level too, but I think it's even more so in states. It makes it very difficult to try to make legislation that is bipartisan. And you fast forward through the Tea Party and the resist movement and all of that. We in Washington a few years ago, we had, I think Republicans had 5 or 6 of the seats, the 10 seats in Congress. Now they're down to 2. And some of that is just the self-sorting, but some of it too is the way people are making legislation and paying the price if you want to do it by compromise.
Well, that was not particularly uplifting for this bipartisan
I know,
group, but we did want the reality brought in. Representative Kruge, yeah, you're from Wisconsin. It's got a long tradition of Republican leadership until the last couple of years. What's it like when you have a trifecta, and what's it like when you don't? The governor there is now a Democrat.
Yeah, when you have a trifecta, you think everything's great because you're all in charge, but you forget to do all the things you're supposed to do before you lose the trifecta. And then you go back and wonder, why didn't we do that? So that's where Wisconsin is right now, is I had 8 years of a trifecta, my first 8 years in the legislature with Governor Scott Walker and Republicans in charge, and we thought we could figure everything out, and we just kind of coasted and figured it was always going to be the same. And 2018 came about, and we have a new governor. We start seeing all these things pop up in 2020 with the elections, and we look at each other saying, who's in charge? Who's going to do what? Who's next? So I think, when we look at what happened in 24, trying to figure out the impact on 25, for me, it's putting the blinders on. It's just still doing my job every day. And I've been in the legislature so long now that I get to go back to my constituents and say, hey, if you send me back, great. If you don't send me back, great. So this is what you're going to get. These are the policies we're going to work on. And just, I get my head kicked in by both sides on so many different things, but just fostering that conversation. And it's just the way it's going to keep going, and whether people like it or not, I'm there for 2 more years. And if they don't like it enough, then I can go home and be a full-time real estate agent and finish that too. So that's the benefit of just having that political capital built in going into election cycles like this. It doesn't change much, in my opinion.
Can I just drill down on when you were in the majority and had the trifecta? Did you then just have arguments within the caucus, or did your chamber kind of march to the same drummer?
Yeah, I think one of the things we should have had is a little bit more conversation in caucus about things that you change the big things right off the bat. You rip the Band-Aid off, you flip over, 5, 6, 7 big things. We did photo ID and some of those things, and we never really got into the second or third layers of the onion because we just figured it would take care of itself. So I think that was our biggest struggle, is we didn't talk about enough in caucus. We just figured the governor's office would lead policy discussion. We'd be there to vote on whatever came up, and nobody ever did anything. So we just kind of sat there and wrote it out, and that's what we paid the price for.
Interesting. Yeah. Thank you. Senator, so you also have experienced both a trifecta and divided government.
Yes.
Backwards, yeah. You get the better side of this, right? Yeah.
I was first elected in 2006, so I started in 2007, and we were in a veto-proof majority at the time. I don't know if we overdid it or what, but we lost the majority in 2010. And in fact, I even lost my race for 2 years because we have a 4-4-2 term organization. And I came back in 2012, and we came back with a trifecta. So we did the same thing. We didn't do what we should have done. And there were a lot of people on our side that wanted us to pay for that. You should have done this. You should have done that. And in 2016, we lost the majority again. So we were in the minority until 2022, this is the Senate, when we actually took the majority again with 1 seat margin. And if you think that makes everything easy, that's not true. You still have to convince everybody in your caucus to get anything done. And so we worked hard at that. And we had a House that had a Democratic majority as well. So we had the trifecta plus Tim Walz as governor. We got a lot done in 2023, more than we ever expected. And in fact, I think we followed the right progress of bills. And it was a great 2023. And just a side note here, I staff the Senate booth at the state fair every year. And 2023 was the first year in all of those times that I staffed that booth that I didn't have one person come up to me with their fists clenched and want me to do something and wanted me to not do something else. That was the first time, and I was certainly very happy about it. And so we had a 23 and then 24 session where we took care of a lot of things that in a different time might have even been bipartisan. We followed the rules of making sure that we listened to the minority. We accepted a lot of their amendments, and we got a lot of things passed. But of course, most people know that that was a time of super partisanship, polar partisanship, I call it. And we did get a lot of things done. And when we're talking about 2025, I'm very optimistic because we have now a tie in our state house. So the state house has 67 Republicans, 67 Democrats as of this minute, even though there's a recount going on. So I think that they are going to see how much was done in the past, and they're going to become very cooperative to getting things done in this next year.
So what I'm hearing is that the politics does matter, but there's a lot of other smaller things along the way. And I do want to know, you told us about 2023 at the state fair, that you didn't have anybody with fisticuffs. What happened in 24?
Same thing. No.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So for 2 years in a row,
2 years in a row.
you were free of fights. Great. Okay, so we are going to get to some bipartisan ideas, but I did want to talk about where your ideas come from. What values do you bring forward, and who do you listen to when you're thinking of ideas? And you know that I was going to ask you to set the stage for this. If you would go first, please.
Absolutely. I think this is well known to this group. One of the challenges that election officials face is that the two parties and maybe some advocacy groups are really good at framing elections in terms of voter suppression and voter fraud. And both sides have their issue, and they raise a lot of money, and they mobilize a lot of voters to turn out from their base based on those two narratives, which are great until you actually get into running an election, or say, let's hypothetically say we have a presidential election where the outcome is closer than we maybe thought it was going to be, and then it gets called into question on those same grounds, and now it's a game changer for election officials. And we've lived that for 4 years. So for me, I entered this space in the 1990s, and my state was one of those states that really embraced being kind of on that front edge. We had motor voter before NVRA was passed by Congress. And so that was just that innovation, and that voter-centric piece was kind of how I cut my teeth in the profession and learned it, and learned the value of keeping those two things in balance. That if you make elections so secure, you might be making it very difficult for certain voter groups to vote. Conversely, if you make them so wide open, you may be allowing people that are ineligible to participate. And so for me, it was always keeping those two things in balance. And I think that that's really the heart of why we have to figure out a way with election laws to get back to doing bipartisanship. And, for example, my Democratic legislature had the votes and had the trifecta to pass automatic registration, voter registration. And so I testified, and I typically didn't really go pro or con on a lot of these unless I felt really strongly. But on AVR, it was pretty simple. And my testimony was basically, that if you are using Real ID, which we had, to prove citizenship, you are allowing election officials and my office to be able to verify all 4 requirements for voter registration. I can verify citizenship. I can verify they're not under the supervision of the Department of Corrections. I can verify they're over 18, and I can verify they're a resident. You should be, let's go ahead and let's register those people. Why wouldn't we register them automatically? And what was interesting is when I would go and talk to my Republican colleagues, what I would say is, you all have been asking for a citizenship check for as long as I've been in this business, and they are handing it to you on a platter, and you're fighting it, and they still voted against it. So, you know, it's always a challenge, but I think for me, it's one, it's a relationship building, but also it's knowing those principles that you value, and for me, it's keeping those two things in balance.
So I think you've given us the security piece and the access piece. Sirs, would you like to comment on how you use that? Maybe you don't see it in that same way as a continuum or somehow a mix of those two, but Representative?
Yeah, you know, I think for me, just, you know, we had all this contention in Wisconsin. Obviously, we went from being the battleground state to just being a battleground state this time, thankfully. So we had a lot of consternation. Our, you know, Assembly Campaigns Elections Committee was run by somebody who was extreme. Started planning doubts and going down rabbit holes and all these other types of things, and ran afoul of leadership, and they were looking to make a change. Elections is not my background, right? I have no expertise in it whatsoever, but I'd been a 12-year state rep who deals in common sense and knows how to lead and gather information, so I volunteered. Yes, I volunteered to chair an elections committee during.
I'm pretty sure you were voluntold. That's what that's the message I got.
It was brought up by the speaker, and I said, "Yeah, sure, let's figure it out." Right. So what I did then is just kind of work backwards. I knew that Wisconsin's election system worked since 1848. We had a blip, right? Why the blip? Why doesn't it work? What's the issue? Who knows this better than our clerks? So going to every individual clerk in Wisconsin, all of our clerks. We have 1,848 municipalities. Every single one of the clerks run their own elections, right? So it's trying to figure out how to get the collective voices of the people who actually run our elections to tell us what's wrong with the elections. Or is it just noise that we're hearing and there's really nothing wrong with the elections? So that's where my information comes from, is the actual people that actually administer Wisconsin elections, and figure out from there what's noise and what's reality, and trying to, you know, figure out the edges in between and soften those problems. I've said from the time I took the chairmanship of that committee that 90% of the problems in Wisconsin elections were perception. So trying to put, you know, all of that back into the right process and the right people, and just building those relationships is everything. And if the people who are running our elections feel comfortable, and people in our communities elect them in Wisconsin to run their elections, if the people electing them are comfortable and the people running them are comfortable, I'm going to be comfortable, right? I'm not going to throw out the baby with the bathwater if those people administering our elections are okay with what we're doing.
Fabulous.
Yeah. And I have some statements here that I need to follow the wording that that my elections people had told me. They said that
See, there you go.
Yeah, Minnesota is one of the strongest election systems and some of the highest voter turnout. In fact, it's been said before that we've been #1 for many years, and this is due to a proud tradition of civic participation, a long history of investing in free and fair elections. And then I say that we feel that strong election systems yield to trust, and trust yields to turnout. And that's why we have a good turnout. We listen to everyone, no matter what they say, no matter where they're coming from. And, you know, and I think we heard in several of the last presentations that there's been a lot of disinformation, and we do try to address as much of that as possible. And I need to say that we're the state that has Brad Lindell in it. And so, you know, we've had a lot of maybe fake news, fake information, and misleading information, and we've overcome that. Minnesota is not one of his targets.
You know, I keep trying to push him back across the Minnesota state line because he spends too much time in Wisconsin. So.
Great.
So thank you. Yeah.
So when you two introduce legislation or have legislation introduced in front of you in the coming year, what will you do to sort of structurally to ensure that there's bipartisan participation in the process?
Oh, well, I tell our members in our committee that don't do a bill that only has one side as the sponsors. Try to get someone from the other side. And in fact, in 2023, when I instructed our committee members, I said, you know, look at the priorities we're going to give these bills for hearings. And if you only have one party on it, I don't care which party it is, if you only have one party on it, you know, you do yourself a favor in prioritizing that bill by having one space open. We have 5, you can do 5 sponsors. Leave one space open in case you have someone from the other side that can modify your bill to be acceptable to that other party. So, and I even put my money where my mouth is, and one of the first bills had, I was the first co-sponsor on it, and bing, 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 all of a sudden all the spots are filled with Democrats. And I said, wait a second, I like that bill, but I'm going to take my name off of it. So we had only 4 Democrats sponsoring it, and we let that bill just rest for a time to see if we could get someone else, get it amended so that someone else from the other side would co-sponsor it. I'm very big on that, very big on co-sponsoring.
Yeah, I think we did the same in my committee. Is from the time I took over, we kind of laid down the groundwork that we're calling this the new way forward. We're going to work together. We're going to bring election bills to the floor that are going to be bipartisan, until we ran out of bipartisan ideas, at least. Our first 6 months were straight bipartisan bills, and it didn't matter to me what the bill was or the idea was or who the author was. And even to foster that, we went a little step beyond that and just said, if there are going to be Republican-only bills or there's going to be Democrat-only bills, then we're actually going to literally have a day where we're just going to hear Democrat bills then. And Republican committee members are just going to suck it up and deal with it for a day, sit here and listen to their ideas. We have 16-year-old pre-registers for voting and registering in high schools, and all these types of things that we don't necessarily have the votes for, but the ideas hadn't been discussed very well or vetted. So we could actually have a chance for even my Republican colleagues who don't like those bills to invite people to the Capitol to testify against them. That just doesn't happen a lot, to get people to come to the Capitol and testify against a bill. So we try to just engage people in conversation and have those bills on certain days. Or if you're bipartisan, you want to get bumped up on the list of hearing dates, go find a friend, bring it over and we'll figure it out. And I think the other thing we had to do these last 2 years in Wisconsin is engage the governor's office almost right away on policy discussion because we didn't, we've gotten to the point where he's vetoed 30-some election bills that Republicans have written and gone through committee. Some of them end up being bipartisan or not, but we just kind of got tired of throwing everything at the wall, hoping it would get signed. So now it's a go talk to the governor's office. Where's your line in the sand? Here's our line in the sand. Let's negotiate this before it gets to committee so nobody's embarrassed. We can all get a bill signed, and we actually had election bills signed into law in Wisconsin, which nobody really expected would happen. And I think it's just because we took time to have that conversation. So it's common sense stuff, right? It's stuff we learn in kindergarten. It's stuff we learn how to cooperate and be a friend and, be a part of a community and just get your job done. I think that's what our constituents expect us to do.
You're just making me so proud.
There's only 2 of us.
I'm sure you're representative of all of the legislators around the country.
Yeah, sure. That's right.
Well, and I, of course, spent my time in the executive branch, so I've got a different perspective of this. And I think in our state, Washington has a really strong association of county auditors, the people who run the elections at the local level. And for years, we were a group of oh, no, that's a really stupid idea. No, that's a bad bill. No, that's a bad bill. And after a while, the legislature just passes them anyway. Then they don't even listen to you. And so we learned that we needed to be more collaborative. And then that led to that period where we were still learning. It led to a whole bunch of legislation being passed that shortened the processing times for post-election work and opened up all the things that would increase provisional ballots, for example. And we had the closest governor's race in the country's history in 2004, which was a lot like the Senate race in Minnesota, really like scary similarities. And out of that, it was bad. We had 2 statewide recounts, 1 machine, 1 hand, and then a 6-month-long court case. It was so much fun. And then when we were getting ready for session, we sat down with the chairs from the House and Senate, and they're throwing out ideas for election reform. And all the auditors around the table, it literally was, no, that won't work because of this. No, that won't work because of this. And the Senate majority chair, or the Senate chair, just out of exasperation, just said, what would work then? And one of my colleagues, equally as exasperated, says, vote by mail. Oh. And I'm not kidding you. This was the moment Washington State became a vote by mail state because all the auditors went, Vote by mail would reduce provisional ballots. Vote by mail would we be running one election instead of three. But, and so all of a sudden it gained this momentum because we were all sitting around the table as Democrats and Republicans talking and really working through it. And I think that was a real high point. I'd say some Republicans would disagree now in the modern era, but that was a pivotal moment, and it was really educational for me to see the power of that conversation. And I guess my message is election officials have to be at the table when you're making election policy in state legislatures. And so often, particularly when one party has control, and this is true for Democrats and Republicans, we got it, we have the votes, just go do whatever it is you do, we'll tell you how it is. And then it's funny because in the election, then when we're under fire, like say after 2020, and everybody's screaming and yelling about something, you can't find a single legislator talking about how great that bill was, and that law that we had to follow that made the counting time take so long. I don't know, it's weird. It's like it's connected, I don't know.
Funny how it is.
It is.
Getting warm in here.
Okay, so we promised you some insight into what could be bipartisan, so we're going to give it a try here. How about laws that would protect election officials as they do their work? Would that get bipartisan support in the states?
We passed some. Yep.
We did that too. We passed it bipartisan and got signed into law. Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah. Okay, so, and many states have gone down this path, but first of all, it's about half the states have, and second of all, I don't know whether those need to be looked at a second time, but that's a place where we could get some bipartisan support. How about laws that relate to AI, deceptive AI being used in campaigning? Is that something that can have bipartisan support?
We passed them.
Yeah, that was really interesting. We actually had some of our more millennial-based legislators work bipartisanly on that. So I said, if you're under 30 and you're a Democrat and a Republican, tell me what it is, and then just bring me a bill, and then we got it done. So,
Ours was bipartisan as well.
All right, I like it. You can slice your audience in different ways and by age, sure enough, the young person's caucus. How about more on post-election audits? Is there interest from both caucuses in looking at how the audit process can provide good information about how well the election went?
I think we have a very, very sound system on post-election audits, but there are some questions where the locals would like to pick the precincts that would get post-election audits, and we don't think that that's really a fair way to do it. So,
just for the audience here, I want everyone to know that Jennifer Morrell, who is the expert on audits, said that the precincts should not pick their own, the election officials shouldn't pick their own precincts. But in general, you've got a good plan in place, and if there was some little tweak, that would be something people could talk about.
Yes.
So we actually tried to expand post-election audits in Wisconsin, and the bill was vetoed by the governor this session. So we're going to have to go back and figure out where and how and why. Didn't really get much of a message in the veto message saying besides we already do it, so we don't need to expand it. So it should be, but just wasn't.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And we can talk more.
Yeah, we should. Yeah, that's right, yeah.
How about using GIS, geo-enabled elections, getting each voter to be identified by a point in geography where they live. Therefore, they would get the right ballot because they would be in the right precinct. Anybody think that would? I mean, I know that's boring, guys. I know, but would it get any support if you could say that was about accuracy?
Personally, I don't understand all of the pros and cons of it, and I really want it to be very sound that you can't identify a person's ballot.
That's a good point.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the situation we'd be in too, right? It's just, we have that trust and verify issue going on with technology and elections already, and.
And see, this is a great example of why you need an election official in the room, because they're two separate things. GIS is what you use to get the right ballot to the voter because you know their exact address, which districts they're in, which district should appear on their ballot. Separate from any kind of ballot being tabulated, let alone being able to tell what, we can tell that the two people that live at that address voted, we can't tell how they voted.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll just add in that there might be a cost involved. So
well, and I was also going to say, yes, it's great, but like in our state, it took the auditors and Secretary of State working together to build a voter registration system that had GIS as a component part. We didn't get funding from the legislature to do that. We cobbled together HAVA funds and a little bit of money from them. But I don't think if we went to our legislature and said, could you give us an extra $3 million for our system? They go, yeah, no.
Okay, so it's not only the politics piece matters, but the budget piece matters probably just as much. How about looking at your certification process for voting equipment? That doesn't sound very partisan to me. And just for background here, every state has something. It often says we'll look at the EAC voluntary guidelines, but each state has something in state law. And my experience is that not many states have passed legislation updating that. But
we have a very good methodology of testing the equipment, and what we haven't done, I don't think, to the degree that we should, is invite the citizens to come and watch it, because we get times when we're testing machines where there's one person there or two persons there, and what we need to have is a crowd there, because that adds to the confidence.
Great.
I think for us, in the context of the battles between the legislature and the elections commission, I think, the election commission doing their job in a regular manner is fine. I just think generally the legislature's got some concerns about the Wisconsin Elections Commission.
so that's, okay, so
Not
if,
necessarily in that realm, but just if there was any changes to be made in it, that's where the consternation would come from.
and that says to me that another part of this picture isn't just the legislature and the governor, it's the legislature and the secretary, or the legislature and the state board, whatever system you might have. So there's other players who are administrative, but they're still doing rulemaking. So that's another place for consideration. Any thoughts about certification and whether folks should be looking at that?
It's a challenge, especially post-2020, where you had a lot of information about how systems work, and then everybody suddenly became an election security expert on systems and want to codify, quite frankly, things that are just silly. Plus, part of the problem is many of the local jurisdictions have older technology. So if you make changes to standards now, they may have to replace their systems. And again, it goes back to, okay, you're going to change the standard. Who's going to pay for this, the $3 million system I need to buy?
Okay, again, the point being, never take your eye off the money. Money always matters. So you get new standards, people want new equipment, and somebody's got to pay for it. And we've had some conversation about that during the day. Okay, what about doing anything to assist UOCAVA voters? These are overseas citizens and military people. There's federal law that requires that we be able to send ballots to them electronically, and there's different ways that they come back. Is there anything in that universe that would get bipartisan support? And then we'll wait for the part where you hammer it and say, hell no.
I would never do that.
Yeah, right. I mean, that's the thought we've had with some of those UOCAVA issues, is trying to figure out, hey, if we're going to use these sorts of technology to send, what is the avenue to receive? And just having a hearing, at least understand why it's not going to work, as opposed to just saying it's not going to on its face. I think that's where we ended up with it in Wisconsin, is just trying to dig a little deeper and see if it made any sense, but I don't think we're going to make any changes on the receipt side of it.
Did you have a hearing last year?
We did.
In which case I missed that.
Yeah, towards the beginning of the session,
Okay.
I came up with the 45 days, and we kind of rolled it all into the whole overview of how do we get those ballots back if we're taking the trust to send them, email or fax. Is there any trust level in getting them back that way?
And the answer was no.
Right.
Yeah.
And was that conversation along party lines, or it was just pretty clear?
It's pretty muddled, actually. I mean, there was some that could see, wanted to learn more, and it ended up for us having to go back to EAC and just start and get more information from everybody who's been down that road that we just hadn't been down before.
Right, right. Has that come up in Minnesota?
It did come up, and we did have, I don't recall having hearings about it, but we did have off-site information being shared. And the people that have access to a base, they have access to secure ability to send back their votes. But the people that are expats, people that are there for corporate jobs, they don't. And so we wound up having the 46 days before the election day be the start of the ability to send back mail-in ballots. And that's worked pretty well. It's actually gotten a lot of criticism because it's too long, but it does make sure that we have access for people that are expats.
All right. Do you want to offer anything on this? I know you've looked at it in detail.
It's a thorny issue, and full disclosure, I was a disenfranchised UOCAVA voter. My husband and I were stationed overseas, and we received our ballot for an election, and this is my only election I missed in my entire life. Ruined my perfect voting record a day after the election, and so I have a very passionate point of view on this. So fast forward to becoming election director, and I started realizing, why don't we email ballots, and that will buy us some travel time. So we started doing that in 1996 in Thurston County, and it was great, and it was wonderful. And I thought it was so great. In the 2000s, I talked our legislature in, again, as Secretary of State or as auditor, into having electronic ballot return. And I made a very passionate case, and they passed it, and it was great. And then I figured out that it wasn't probably as good as I thought it was, and wasn't as secure. And you can't walk it back. I, as secretary, introduced legislation and said, we can't secure this. We need to walk it back. And lo and behold, I was the one who was being attacked for trying to disenfranchise voters and being, taking away rights of UOCAVA voters. So I say that, and also in the context of our BPC task force on elections has recommended, that you got to kind of take this case by case, because states are all over the map on this. Some states like Washington allow electronic return, many don't, and it's a challenge. It's a challenge.
Great. So I've got one or two more, but I want to leave space for you to have some thoughts you'd like to throw out as possibilities. So think about that for a second. But hey, let's just talk about something that's not very controversial, like list maintenance.
All right, thanks for,
and if anybody wants to talk about citizenship in that context, that would be fine.
Voter ID too. Let's throw it all in.
I think our biggest challenge in Wisconsin was, like I said, trying to combat misinformation. And I think the biggest issue that's come up in that has been, guaranteeing that non-citizens aren't voting, right? So, I mean, every time it's come up in conversation, the left will tell me it's not an issue. Every time I say, well, I've been told it's not an issue, somebody on the right says, well, how do you know it's not an issue? I'm like, okay, let's slow down. Let's figure it out. Let's go to the source. Let's find a way to verify citizenship here in Wisconsin. And when we had DOT come testify at a hearing in May, and they basically told us that there's 78,000 people in the state of Wisconsin that have an ID that looks like mine that doesn't have a citizenship guarantee that could actually take it to the poll and maybe use it to vote. I'm like, okay, what does maybe mean? How do I know? So we got to the point where we said, well, we have a statewide voter list. DOT, you have a list of citizens and non-citizens who have a driver's license. Why don't you just both give me your list? Let's just run the comparison. Let's do the data. Let's find out the information. And it has been mired in the courts for the last 8 months ever since I brought it up. Saying, well, why should you be able to compare information from one agency to the next? Wow. Because I'm a state legislator? I don't know. What other reason would I need? It's my job as the committee chairman just to prove whether this is a thing or whether this isn't a thing. And that's all I've been after. It's not to, castigate a group of citizens away or a group of people who maybe disenfranchised one way or another. I just wanted to prove if something is a thing or if it isn't a thing. So we've been in the courts for 9 months waiting to figure out if I can do my job.
Has list maintenance become an issue in Minnesota?
Not really, no. We've had claims that there are non-citizens voting, but every time you research those, you find out that there's a small number that try to register to vote and register to vote. But of course, to be a felon or to be a felony, it has to be something where you're doing the wrong thing and intentionally are registering. And it's two things. One is registering is not allowed. That's a felony if you're a non-citizen. And voting is a felony. And it takes a while to be able to investigate that. But as of this time, I don't know any people who have been convicted of a felony. I know of some of them that have registered to vote, even in my own county, but they were investigated, and the person said, I didn't know I couldn't. And it was the 2020 election, it was 2.
Wow.
So, yeah, so I don't think we're running into anything that's a big deal.
Interesting. Thoughts on this from a
Again, I think it depends on your state, and I think for some states this is going to be a front and center issue. When I look at Washington, we started using Real ID about 10 years ago, and again adopted automatic registration in 2019. And when we look at our data, I can't remember now the exact number, but it was somewhere in the 80 to 90% of all of our registrants. People that were registered most of them had provided one of the two types of ID that HAVA requires, either HAVA or MBRA, mixing my federal, and I have it like Judd sitting there, I gotta get it right. But either social security number or driver's license or ID, and of the people at a given driver's license, it was like 90% had a Real ID confirmation of citizenship. And that was just naturally. That isn't something that's required other than automatic registration. So I think there are some things that do point to data-wise where we could get there and maybe have citizenship check separate from the process of registration. But we need to have an honest conversation with Republicans and Democrats at the table and talk through the challenges, because there are real challenges. There are people in the country that cannot prove they're a citizen. My dad was one of them. His birth certificate burned up when he was a kid in the hospital, and his military records were burned up in St. Louis in the 1980s. He had no way to prove he was born in the United States. So how do we deal with that small number of U.S. citizens who can't document it? And those are the conversations we need to be having.
And that's going to be a great example, because this will be a topic that is in front of legislatures all across the country this year, and having it be a bipartisan conversation will certainly be an option, and whether they take it up remains to be seen. Okay, we're at 16 seconds, so I'm afraid there isn't anything that we can do other than say thank you very much for you folks for being here today.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you all so much for joining us today. I promise we are so close to the finish line. Before we wrap up, I just want to take a moment to thank a couple members of my team who have been just essential in making this event happen. If you have ever organized a 300-person event, you know it is a handful. So I quickly want to thank Grace Kleinfelter, who is a project associate on our team. She's in the back there. Grace only started at BPC a year ago, and she quickly took this under her wing and has done an excellent job. I don't know if Lauren Hopple is in the room, but she is our director of events, and she has been with BPC for a couple years and really helped shepherd this event. She's moving on to another excellent job opportunity this Friday, so this is her last big event with us. She stayed on just to make sure it happened, so a big thank you to Lauren as well. So it has been an incredible day of discussion and collaboration. We began this morning reflecting on the resilience, dedication, and grit of election officials and election supporting organizations who rose to meet the challenges of the 2024 election. But we also acknowledge the toll it has taken on all of us in this community and the urgent need for sustained investment, enhanced training, and robust security measures. Throughout the day, we explored these challenges and the opportunities ahead, and we asked, as we must, what it will take to ensure the momentum of recent years not only continues, but grows. This room is filled with leaders and innovators and advocates who are committed to strengthening democracy in our electoral system. The ideas and strategies we've shared today are vital, but as we all know, the work doesn't end here. It's a journey that requires all of us, election officials, civil society, policymakers, funders, to stay engaged and committed. So thank you for your energy, your expertise, and your dedication. I wish you all safe travels for those who don't live in DC, and I will see you upstairs very briefly for a reception. Thank you very much.